Test. Yay, we're here.
Check.
All right, cool. I can sit back and relax now. All right. Oh, there's so much chatter.
You have to get up at 3 a.m. Damn.
First time chat. Thank you, TJS. Are you in our Discord?
We usually do stream earlier.
What time is it? Oh, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. I'm on vacation, so like time means nothing to me right now.
Whoa.
I know, it's great. Yeah, I took this week off. And I still have one more week I can take off this year, so
Nice.
probably early December.
Whoa. They let you take time off in December?
I can take time off whenever I want.
I'm not allowed to take time off in December.
It's iffy because there's a lot of there are a lot of like conferences and events to go to, and it's like it would just be weird if I chose those dates or whatever.
It wouldn't benefit you work-wise at all.
Really wouldn't, actually. So even picking this week, I did have to miss one thing, but
Damn.
it's not a big deal.
Someone else can do it.
Well, it's a training.
Oh.
So it's
Yeah.
I was like, hey, is this getting recorded? Can I get it later? Burkinator, thank you for the Prime subscription.
Drink that High Life. I'm not drinking High Life.
Fun fact, I was at Burkinator's over the weekend.
Is that why you're watching the Gators game?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about what happened.
We're not here to talk about that. No, but he has like a home bar he's building. It's really cool.
Oh, nice.
But he doesn't like IPAs, so he was like, and he has like a three tap setup, right?
What does he have?
He has a beer that he bought from a local brewery, and then he has carbonated water on the second one. The third one, he's putting something in. I don't remember what it is. Anyway, but he doesn't like IPAs, so he's like, "There's one can in my fridge.
I'm gonna pour it out
in your honor." Wow.
No, just save it for next time
I come back. Yeah. I can't believe I left one. So anyway,
Nitro coffee on the third line. Whoa,
There you go.
interesting.
I know,
Okay.
right? So I'm there, and he was like, "Oh, I thought about buying like a small keg of High Life for a couple of you guys," and then we got excited. And he's like, "But then I didn't do that because it's not just me. A bunch of my other friends that were like there also like High Life,
Oh, okay.
but he doesn't like IPAs. So
How crazy is that to set up?
well, you can do a kegerator. As I was talking to him about this, you can do like a kegerator. It's not that bad because then you just have to like drill a hole in your counter, and you
Okay.
just put the apparatus on top of the counter.
Definitely got to own the place.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, for like a split second, I was like, what if I
did that?
what if I got rid of the fucking
Soda stream?
no, the dishwasher, because no one uses the dishwasher. It's old.
Oh, just put a kegerator
It's like
in?
half broken. If I tell them it's broken, they're gonna throw it out anyway. I was like, I could put a kegerator in there. Obviously, I can't drill a hole in the thing though, but
Well, you could. I mean,
I could
there's
run a
hole's about
line.
to form. A sinkhole's
Yeah,
about to
right.
form in your kitchen.
I do have a sinkhole in my kitchen. That's actually very true, and it's getting worse. I'm thinking about taping down lines on the two joists so people know to not step in that area, because it's getting worse.
Someone's gonna be like, "What's this?"
But he has he's talking about it now. He's got a whole thing going, where his is going.
Cheap chest freezer. Oh, okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. He says, cheap chest freezer. So he's got a freezer with his kegs in it, right?
Keep
and then
it
there's
cold,
running
yeah.
lines through this like insulated thing that he built, so that it won't get warm in that run. You know, because there's always gonna be beer in the line.
Oh,
So the
true.
fir-
And you don't want like
the
warm
first
beer
sip to be warm or whatever. Yeah. So he's got that control. That's what he's saying. Temperature control, and he's got a 3 tap on his backsplash. So it looks like a proper bar. It's really cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah. If you get a second hand chest cooler, yeah, it's
$120 for an easy 3-tap kegerator. Oh wow. So it's like maybe not a lot of money, but a lot of work.
it seemed like a lot of work.
Yeah.
It was a lot of work. I get there and he had like just sprained his ankle. Hope your ankle's better, buddy. And he's like trying to figure out the fucking like the perfect CO2 pressure because like the beer wasn't coming out.
Oh, okay.
And if it doesn't come out fast and it comes out foamy, you know, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
So
You gotta get that good pour.
yeah. But it was a good time.
I'd love to have like a one day when I have, you know, money to afford this, first off a home of my own.
Step one.
Step one.
Get a
Step
house.
2, a bar. Step 3,
Yeah.
a movie theater.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth a lot of like if I had all the money and I had a house, Because it's like they're not that they're expensive. If you want to like build a bar, you want to build a movie theater. But like if you run your priorities,
it's not
out of this world.
It's not unobtainable or
no.
anything. No,
and you can build it slowly. You know, you could do your projector and then upgrade.
You could even get cool
speakers
seats in there.
Yeah,
like it's just buy it like incrementally.
Yeah. Heat RL, you're right. It is all that avocado toast.
Oh yeah. Avocado toast. I got to pull myself up by my bootstraps, which is not physically possible. So that's a stupid thing that people say.
It is pretty dumb, isn't it?
You can't how does that work?
That doesn't make sense.
You're just going to be rolling around the ground like an idiot.
You know, it was just the other day that I finally understood the phrase have your cake and eat it too. It's a grammatical pun. It means you can't eat your cake, you can't have your cake. It's one or the other. It's just the
You're
words.
either eating it or you have it.
It's the same process. Physically, it's the same thing. You're eating the cake. But grammatically, it's one word or the other. They mean the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that means. And that took me years to understand.
I thought it meant like you can't like people want their cake and they want to like look at it and stuff because it's a pretty cake. But if you eat it, it's ruined.
No, it's purely grammatical. It's like if like the sentence can only.
It's just stupid wordplay.
Yeah, you can only pick one verb. Is what it's saying. Pick which verb do you want? Eat or have.
Do you want to have it or do you want to eat it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Twitch is my enemy for how long it took me to get my profile back. Oh, Spider Nerds.
Why was your profile down?
Wait a second. I've seen you. Is this a third account?
Is this a fifth account?
Because you made a second account and it said first interaction. And now, first time chat or whatever. It's in Spanish. And now it's like doing it again. My last Twitch account got banned. Oh, wow.
You followed us. And Markiplier? Maybe Markiplier got you banned. Does Markiplier still do stuff?
I don't know who that is.
He was big on like YouTube. I didn't know he streamed.
I made a
He did like a lot of Let's Plays and stuff back in like the 2010s when that was a thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know what he's
interesting.
Doing.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been a minute since we streamed, so Berto, what have you been up to? How's it going?
A whole lot of work. I did go to Halloween Horror Nights on opening night. That was fun.
Twice, right? No.
I only went once.
Well, can you hear me on my phone? The flashlight's on.
Blake went. Oh shit. Blake went twice.
Oh, word.
Because they took their parents.
Oh, sure.
But I got to do. We did 5 houses on the first night, which is half of them. So
that seems unlikely that you'd get that many houses done.
The lines actually weren't that. All right, so it would say like the line would say 65 minutes.
But it's like opening night,
and we timed it, and we were only in line for like 35 minutes.
Don't tell him I said this, but that was the most interesting, like TikTok that Blake's ever made, in my opinion.
He was so adamant on making it too.
Yeah, I was like, because when I started.
He wanted me to.
I didn't realize
my
it was
stopwatch. I'm like, I don't know where the fuck that's at.
Stopwatch. Just use your app.
He wanted to like.
Oh, he wanted to show it,
visualize it and stuff. Which, whatever.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try to bring a stopwatch to security.
What's this for?
They've confiscated my keys before, so it's like, yeah. But no, it was an interesting TikTok that he did.
No, I saw it and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Because I've always wondered, and I used to do that. I used to time it, just to see, like a little fun game or whatever. And then so I saw him doing it, and I was watching it, and like halfway through, I realized it was Blake.
You didn't even know? Oh my god, that's gonna be the biggest compliment.
I was just like, oh yeah, this is really interesting. And then like I see his dumb face making a dumb face. He doesn't have a dumb face. He makes dumb faces. Is all I'm saying.
Blake, are you in here?
I know. Because he turns the camera and he's doing this face he makes all the time.
He might be recording with Garrett right now.
I think he is actually.
But
or Sable's entertaining them.
Sable's there bugging them. Yeah.
Anyway.
Third account, he couldn't remember the password.
So yeah, we recorded a bunch of stuff like in 1 week, and then I went on vacation I didn't go on vacation. Now I'm on vacation. I went on a trip for work. Then I had a lot of work stuff going on. Like my boss came in town. I had to kind of like navigate that and entertain her a bit, with work and shit. And then so then I finally got to like sit down and edit those things, which was like Deadpool, Wolverine review.
Because you thought you were gonna have more time on your trip, and it just didn't really work out.
You know, like editing on my it didn't actually, but editing on the laptop's like also not that conducive. I don't go that quickly on the laptop. It's just harder. Like here, it's like great.
Your battle station here.
Yeah, battle stations for sure. But yeah, on the go, it's hard. So anyway, so then I edited the Comic-Con episode. So that came out like a week ago or whatever.
It's so late.
It was so late, but I had to skip it because I was like, Deadpool needs to come out first,
Right.
you know. So it's
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck
The
it.
timing was weird on everything.
Yeah, look, guys, if you, and I'm
it's
gonna
fine.
point this out again, but like, if you are a fan, thank you for being here. But like, you're a fan of us because you want to hang out with us and like listen to what we have to say, not because we're on time with
Listen,
our
if we were
reviews.
making like good money off of this, we'd be on time.
We're never on time with stuff. So tonight we are doing some news, which we haven't done in a minute, and then we're doing
Deadpool 2.
Deadpool 2, which we had to skip.
Which I think we had the script ready like a month and a half
like
ago.
over a month ago, yeah.
Yeah. Whenever we went to the soccer game. Oh God, that was a long time ago.
That was a minute ago.
I've
So-
had like 2 paychecks since then.
Wow. Anyway, you paid biweekly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I do too. But for a minute there, I was getting paid weekly.
Was it nice?
It doesn't make a difference. Like I get
Oh, it's the same amount of money, but
yeah, paid more now, so I can wait a week. You know what I mean? But you do have to like plan a little bit more.
yeah.
You know, make sure it's like, oh, can I pay? When do I pay this bill? How much money do I have to save to pay that bill?
You gotta strategize when you're gonna pay things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you live paycheck to paycheck.
Even making more money, like still paycheck to paycheck, mostly.
Yeah, I'm like this month I'm out of debt. It's gonna be very exciting.
It's not like life or death paycheck to paycheck, but it's still very like I should maybe not do that, and then I do it anyway.
So speaking of money, and this is what always happens to me. I'm always like, oh, like I'm gonna, do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna save for that. I'm gonna
Right.
buy a PS5. I'm gonna do all these things.
Right.
I have to. My espresso machine's broken.
Oh shit.
It's like not broken, but it's like about to break. It's really underperforming. It's leaking a lot. So I went down these like loop, like these
I
rabbit
need to
holes.
buy a new $700 espresso machine.
No, well, first of all, they go for $9 now.
Oh. Okay.
So it's either $900 to buy the same exact machine I have now, or buy something a little bit more hefty, nicer, but like the next best thing is like $2,000.
That's
so
a
like-
huge jump. There's like no middle ground.
Not really, no.
That's ridiculous.
Not really.
Okay.
Not in terms of quality. Not in terms of like bang for your buck. Basically.
Right.
So it's like I'm just sitting here going like, okay, well I'm gonna fix it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Mm.
But then like I can take it to like there's some repair places I can take it to.
Yeah, like you break, I fix.
Not for espresso machines.
That's for
But,
like phones.
I had to
and
like
shit.
deep dive on like what how to fix it, what to do, what to buy.
Right.
I have to buy a pump. I have to buy this valve. It's really only like $50 in parts. It's not that much.
It's labor that would be.
It's just it's a lot of shit to do, and it's learning how. It's a lot of like work and research.
right.
But I'm like, and I'm like still really intimidated by it. But like,
What are you gonna do? Break it more?
that's a good point actually. Like at the end of the day, I can still take it to like the repair shop and be like, hey, like fix the bullshit that I did. But it's like I built computers. Like it's it just like. You didn't know how to do that either at some point, and we did it.
Right, but they've
Like,
made building computers so easy. It's like
It's not that much simpler than building an espresso machine. There's not that many parts in there. There's like a few wires. Like computers are way more advanced, I think.
yeah, but with the espresso machine, I feel like repairing it. I feel like you got to do a little bit more electrical work, maybe.
I don't think so.
Well, it depends on what's broken, I guess.
Again, it's a valve and a pump.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, but then like also the frame is really rusted, so I may have to paint it. And so like I wanted to get it professionally painted so I can paint the outside too, maybe give it a cool color scheme.
Yeah.
Kind of like like
Hot Rod.
the way
Red.
my brain works is if I spend money on something, I need to see what I got out of it. So like if I break something, I can't just make it the same. I have to make it better. Does that make sense?
I don't want to just fix it. I want to upgrade it.
Yeah, that's how it works. Does anyone else operate like this? Because so like I broke a TV one time.
So you bought
I bought a
better
better
one.
because I couldn't buy the same one. Because in my mind, and this is just how like my mind's working.
In your mind, you're wasting your money if you do that.
If I buy the same one, then I threw money away on a mistake. Does that make sense? If I buy
guess,
a
yeah.
slightly better one, then like I actually upgraded, and I don't feel bad about the mistake I made.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So like I had a 55-inch TV, I broke it. I felt horrible about it.
How'd you break it?
I dropped it because I was doing something by myself. I had no one to help me, So like I propped one end on something. I
Those
was
things
holding
are
the,
too wide to do solo.
I know, but nobody was here. So I dropped it, broke it, felt so stupid, went and bought a bigger one.
I'm so dumb. Let me go spend $2,000.
No, it wasn't that much. It wasn't this one. It was the one before it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I bought this one because it's good. But anyway. So I might paint it, but the thing is if I paint it, like, I don't want it to look cheap because I painted it myself
That's
with, like,
why you want to get
spray
it
paint.
professionally done.
But I can't get it professionally done. Well, I can.
It'd be stupid to do it if you didn't fix it first.
Yeah, but I want to do it all at once.
Oh, okay.
So, like, if I get it, like, painted professional, like, nobody wants to do that because it's such a small job. And I called a place. I was like, hey, like, can I bring, like, 3 pieces of metal to get painted? And they were like, we don't really do, like, things that small. Like, and they're backed up. Like, they're doing enormous jobs.
Right,
You know? Like, they're
right.
painting, like, rails and
Maybe Philly
metal.
can paint it for you.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
He's professional. But then you got to ship it, and then your
Yeah.
shipping costs,
So I'm probably going to end up either not painting it at all or like just painting the parts that are rusted, which you can't even see anyway. It's on the inside. Or going all out and like getting like that kind of Rust-Oleum metal paint and
Right.
painting the actual like body of it.
Make sure you do like a primer and everything. Like,
I mean, they say they're well, it's on
it makes it look better.
but it's on stainless steel. The thing is like I would have to like scratch up a stainless steel and like get it like kind of
True.
coarse. Yeah.
Because the thing, like,
One for you or what?
poly subbed,
Oh, cool. Yeah.
maybe.
So fun fact, you see this bed behind you, this bed frame? This used to be glossy white, and I painted it when I was a kid, when I went to college. This was my bed in college. And that, it's like a hammered on finish. It's a spray paint, and then after a minute, it starts drying in that pattern.
Ew.
It's cool. But it doesn't look like, it don't look all that, I like it's starting to chip now because it's old.
Just do that to your espresso machine after you fix it. Don't paint it and then try to get it fixed and like, oh, I can't.
Thought
fix
about
it.
painting like a copper color. Wouldn't that look cool? 'Cause, like,
Copper, oh, it'd look a little rustic, yeah.
copper with like I would get like a new portafilter so it's wood and like a wooden knob and like some matte and like the frame would be matte black.
That could be cool.
That's what this is what I'm anyway. This is what I've been working on.
Sub to the PZ. Also, we have a
Nice.
few notifications that didn't pop up that are in our mini feed.
I don't think our mini feed works. I'm gonna have to get that.
Well, our
checked
mini
out.
feed works. Our notifications don't.
Oh, true. Burkinator. Yeah. I thanked him and
Captain.
Philly subbed.
Yep.
And Spider Nerd followed because that's another account.
Right.
But
Yeah, nothing like pops up for us anymore. I think
Weird.
all of our bots are logged out.
oh, that's probably it.
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, that's how that works usually.
Yeah.
I feel like you're always in the dark, even though like these lights are.
I
Pretty bright.
live in a world of darkness.
You're like cast and shadow. Dude. Should I turn the lights brighter? I think we're fine. Anyway, all right, let's get going. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Who's talking to me?
No one.
Oh, that was you.
That was me.
Oh yeah, this is one of those things.
That was a fun
That was
scene.
that was fun. I was thinking about it the whole time. I was like, they're an up. Okay. Let's go to news.
We have quite a bit of news, don't we?
Yeah, I put a bunch of stuff up because it's been a
I
while.
feel like a lot of stuff's happened. I don't even remember everything that happened.
Well, what just happened? I didn't end the stream, did I? No, I started the recording. Perfect. But
Yeah,
a
we're
pop-up came up.
we're
It
still live.
scared me.
Was
Okay,
it a
cool.
timer?
No. It was a Twitch pop-up. Anyway.
Interesting.
Welcome to news from the Phantom Zone, where we bring you some of what happened these last few weeks, actually, in comic book movie news. Are you ready?
I am.
I obviously, like, if you're here, you know who we are.
Do you know who I am?
it's Arnaldo and Berto. Kaya's behind us. She's sleeping. Look, she fell asleep real quick.
Oh, her eyes opened a little bit.
Oh, we looked at her too much. Anyway, let's get going. We just did, by the way, if you're here on the regular feed, if you probably didn't notice, we did a special news episode with Blake from Blake's Takes from
Duck takes.
Duck's Takes. As we talked about him, he went to San Diego Comic-Con. We went through all of like the big news items from Comic-Con. That was the last time we did the news. So now we're back on here on the Patreon.
That was a month ago.
Yeah. Well, I released it late, but I released it like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
Phil, why do you keep bringing that?
Because he
clown
is
to your
our
show?
friend.
Because he is our friend, and he lives down the street.
And he is dating Arnaldo's sister-in-law.
We are tied forever. So get used to it. Deadpool and Wolverine break off box office records. I fucked that up. Anyway,
Break off box office records. What did they break them off? Is it a Kit Kat bar?
5 straight weeks at number 1. It was just recently dethroned this last weekend by Alien Romulus.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
It's like a movie, right?
Alien Romulus is pretty damn good. Yeah. You
know,
need to see that too.
I wanted to go see it, and I almost did one day.
I
Something
think
came up.
it's a good theater
Me and Sable
movie.
were gonna go with Blake. That's what was gonna happen.
Oh.
And then I was like, you know what? I kind of want to get caught up, even though I know it takes place like in between the first and the second one.
Yeah, you don't need to see the prequels. I followed the movie just fine. And I've only seen the old Alien movies.
You haven't seen Prometheus?
I haven't seen Prometheus or Covenant.
Okay. Yeah.
Those are the only
I do
two
want to
I'm
watch
missing.
all those because I really like Alien.
I like the little
Alien's
bit
like,
of lore I know I like, so I'll probably really like
Yeah.
Prometheus and Covenant, but
Alien's like one of my favorite.
you need to see
horror
Romulus in
movies.
theaters. You do,
And
you
yet
do.
I haven't seen, and I've seen Aliens. I'm not a huge fan of Aliens because I like the dark horror, slimy.
It's
like,
gross.
It's
and
gross.
yeah.
It's terrifying aspect of
Watch
Alien.
Alien Romulus.
I don't want the fucking
The-
action movie.
You don't want the
shoot 'em
colonial
up.
Marines running
Nah,
in
fuck
and
that.
destroying everything.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of
Bill
Aliens.
Paxton's good in that movie.
Yeah,
though.
no, it's fine. I'm not saying it's bad.
It's a fun movie.
I'm
It's
not
just-
gonna say it's bad. I'm just.
I
saying,
don't go to alien movies to have fun though.
and it's kind of like I haven't seen. I've literally not seen any other Alien movie except for like AVP when I was in high school.
You haven't seen 3 or Resurrection?
No.
I mean, they're fine.
Okay, but I feel like Aliens is kind of the outlier, right? Aren't
Yes.
they mostly kind
out
of like?
of the entire series, Aliens is the outlier.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Unless you count like AVP.
Yeah.
Those are kind of like action also.
Yeah. Anyway, Deadpool and Wolverine, 5 straight weeks at number 1. It's made $600 million domestic, $1.2 billion worldwide. It is the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time.
Passion of the Christ was finally dethroned.
Well,
Oh,
it was,
Oppenheimer did that, right?
Oh, did it? I have no idea. Actually.
I think it did.
Well, this beat that.
Wow. Okay.
It is again highest grossing R-rated and 16th highest grossing movie of all time.
That's crazy.
6th highest grossing superhero movie of all time.
All right, so
That beats
10 years ago.
most superhero
Would you have ever
movies.
thought a Deadpool movie would ever, first off, be made? Second, cross this threshold?
My guy, 10 years ago, Deadpool was announced.
What? 2014 was it announced?
I guess it came out in like 2016, didn't it?
It came out like a year after the leaked footage came out.
I mean, no way. Like they would have the film.
I don't
or
think
whatever.
it was announced in
I'm just saying,
2014. I think it was announced in like 2015.
We lose our sense of time.
2014,
So,
I
like-
think we were still pretty sure it wasn't happening.
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably not before that first one came out. Would I have thought that? After that first one, it's like, oh,
You're
yeah.
like, okay, there's potential here.
If they keep making these really good, it'll keep breaking box office records.
Mhm.
I don't think the second one did as. We should find out because we're
We
talking about that
should
episode.
find out.
But, yeah, no, I need to go see it again. So I've only contributed 1 ticket sale.
I've hang on. I've contributed 2 ticket sales.
Oh, good for you. Look at you with your time.
Yeah, woo.
I'm just kidding. So yeah, fucking huge. And like, I think it just goes to show, like, make a good movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all it takes. The movie's got to be good. And if studios in general could just focus on good quality, like, we probably wouldn't even exist. Like, we would have no reason to talk about bad movies being made because they wouldn't make any more bad movies.
Here's the thing, though. This happens, all these records broken, and people are still going to say the MCU's dead.
Well, they say that every other movie. Because, like, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was great. You know.
And then Quantumania came out.
Black Panther was really good.
Wait, Quantumania was before or after Guardians 3?
They only remember the bad ones.
I think it was
don't remember.
before.
It was before. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
way before. So.
Marvel's was good, though. It's just nobody watched it.
You know, it was in that time of the strikes.
The strike. People were still pissed off about Secret Invasion.
Yeah, there was a lot going on against it. I do agree. I thought it was a really good movie.
Yeah. Another thing is how much you want to bet people are gonna try to shit on Brave New World before it comes out.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we're riding a high right now, so is that going to carry over?
I don't know because it doesn't come out till next year.
You're right. Well, it's February. It's not that far.
That's true.
It's like 4 or 5 months, right? Something like that.
I don't think it's like. It's probably like 6-7 months.
February?
What month is it?
We're in September. We have October, November,
10,
December.
11, 12, 1, 2.
January,
6
February.
months.
5 months.
6 months. I'm counting the entire month of September.
No, because 1 month from now will be October. So that's 1.
But we have to go through this month.
When's it coming out? It's probably like the 15th
I have no idea.
or the 20th.
I have no idea.
It's already the 3rd. Anyway, it doesn't matter. People are Spider in the chat saying people are definitely going to hate on Brave New World. It doesn't matter how good looking this movie is going to be.
I think it looks really good.
Do not underestimate the chuds on the internet that there is a black Captain America that's going to be on the big screen.
True.
We did this already.
Yeah.
Like 15 years ago in the comics. Remember?
I think it was like
when Sam Wilson took up the mantle.
It might have been like 10 years ago, actually.
No, it was like when he fucking. No, it was when he died. Sam Wilson. Actually, no.
No, Bucky took over when he died.
But Bucky took over in the 90s, too. Didn't he take over once?
I don't know if he took over
Yeah,
in
he
the 90s.
took over
I
in
know
the
he took
90s.
over after Civil War.
And because Captain went missing or something, and he became the guy with the low cut V-neck.
U.S. agent?
No, it was he was someone else. He had a name.
Nomad.
Yes, Nomad.
Yeah, they kind of did that
They did that like
Infinity
a while
War.
ago. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know when Sam Wilson showed up as Captain America, but
I think that was like a decade ago.
We already lived the racism then. It's gonna come back.
It's gonna come back. Yeah.
Okay. They're gonna be. It's happening. It's still happening with Peter Parker and not Peter Parker. Miles Morales and Spider-Man.
I think the praise for him far outweighs the hate, though.
No, I know, but there is a sizable group of people on the internet that are like, that are just dying by the mantra: Miles Morales is not Spider-Man.
He is, though.
They can't. No, he literally is.
He's literally Spider-Man.
If I go to the comic book store and I pick up Spider-Man, his face is on it, right? So, no, but I mean, like, they just kind of refuse to accept that, like
he's not Peter Parker, and that's fine.
The black kid could take up the mantle. So, I'm just saying.
Well, now he exists alongside Peter Parker, so everybody can calm the fuck down.
Right. Well, I'm just saying it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So just be prepared for it.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. Unfortunately.
My only issue with Brave New World is that I'd like Red Hulk to be 3 shades darker.
He is a little bright, isn't he?
You think he's bright?
The little bit we saw of him.
Oh.
It could also be the lighting. I mean, he's out in the fucking sun.
So I did see, and I haven't studied this closely, but like between his first look and his second look, he looks way better. And that's just a matter of like the CGI still.
They're gonna improve upon it. Yeah.
The trailers never have finished CGI, so you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But talking about shitty people on the internet is going to take us to our next topic.
Boy.
Are you ready? The Acolyte has been canceled after season 1.
I'm upset about this, actually.
For more on this, let's go to our Twitter account on the day that it happened.
Oh, no.
Because I tweeted it a lot. I was very angry. Anyway.
Did you get yelled at?
No.
Oh, okay.
Our Twitter's not that popular. It's just the people that like follow us. I was like, yes, like, including Philly. I think he retweeted me. I said, to say that I'm upset is an understatement. This isn't even about whether the Acolyte is good or bad. It's that we can't allow a show some may not like to simply exist. It has to be my personal favorite thing or no one is allowed to enjoy it.
Yeah, why are we living in a world right now where everything's either perfect or dog shit? Why can't things just be fine?
Yeah, like you can say all kinds of things about this show. I don't believe you can say all of the things that those people are saying about it. I don't think it doesn't ruin Star Wars. It doesn't break canon.
No.
It's not woke. It's not DEI. It's none of that shit. It's fine. Like, it's not bad. Like we talked about this ad nauseum. It's not a bad show. I think it's a pretty good show. It's not perfect. Mm-hmm. It has several defects. But, like, I chose to ignore the small things because I appreciated the big things, right?
Yeah. And then, do you think a lot of this has to do with the term mid becoming an insult? You're like, oh, that's mid. That means it's just fine.
It's just fine. You should just. But the thing is,
why are you using that to bring something down?
And what I mean in that tweet is like, why can't we just say, if you see something and you go, that's not that good, just turn it off and go about your day and go do something else. But like, these people see something that they don't like and they're like,
we need to take it down.
We won't rest until it burns. Because I'm going to continue. My next tweet said, and yes, there are hard metrics that inform Disney's decision. They simply did not get the viewership they wanted, and the show was too expensive. But that viewership was wholly influenced by you motherfuckers.
Oh, telling everybody to like, oh, don't even bother.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like, it's not a matter of like those people won, and they did this, and it's like, every TV show has the highest viewership in episode 1, and then it goes down.
It always drops. Yeah.
Because some people see it and go, it's not for me, and they don't finish it. Whereas other people go, I'm going to watch every episode in this. That's fine. So you're never going to beat episode 1. That's true. This went down a little bit more, I guess it nosedived more than they were expecting. And that's why like it didn't make their formula for whether or not to continue.
Well, it didn't help that the budget was insane.
Budget's insane. That's another issue.
That's been a huge Disney issue lately.
But those numbers are influenced by the vitriol that's in the discourse that's happening around it. You don't see like your normal person opens up Twitter and they see, oh shit, people are arguing about this TV show. I don't want anything to do with it. You know what I mean? Or like they hear enough people go, oh, it's dog shit, and go, I don't want to watch it. Even if they didn't get the chance to even form their own opinion. Like it has an effect. These people won. I'm so mad about it.
Yeah, it's upsetting, honestly.
So people in the chat, not surprised, not happy, but not surprised. I still have to watch this show. Blue Beetle's the perfect recent fine movie. I'd say Blue Beetle's pretty good. You know, I enjoyed it. It pandered to me though, specifically as a Puerto Rican. Fucking Velma got season 2 and this couldn't. You know, I didn't like Velma. I gave it a shot. I wasn't a fan. I watched 2 episodes and I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was as bad as most people said. Because a lot of the complaints were taken out of context. But I also was not interested enough to finish it.
Right.
But it's like, here's the thing, like,
shows
you don't like get more seasons. You know what I mean? Like, that's normal.
Big Bang Theory, how many seasons does that have?
It has spin-offs, dude.
Apparently the spin-off is actually like good.
I've heard that Young Sheldon is better than Big Bang Theory.
I haven't watched either of them. I probably won't. It's just not my thing.
I watched Big Bang Theory like the first few seasons.
I did not like the humor in it.
No, I didn't like it either, but I was this was such a long time ago. I was living at home.
Right.
And like I would just watch it with my mom because it came after another show.
It was just like a primetime sitcom.
Yeah, we'd sit and watch it together. I'd mostly be on like my phone or doing something else, but like I saw it. It's not great.
And there's some people like, oh, it's hilarious.
No,
like,
I mean, every now and then I'd get a chuckle.
I also didn't think 2.5 Men was that funny.
I think like the first few seasons were okay.
But I think it has a really sharp drop in quality.
Yeah, I didn't.
Even before Charlie Sheen left.
Yeah.
I don't think Charlie Sheen's that funny.
No.
He's just like, oh, I'm going to be an asshole. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Anyway, my last tweet said, from the bottom of my heart, if you review bombed, if you spewed nonsense complaints, and especially if you are cheering that the Acolyte was canceled, fuck you.
Oh, you got toxic.
I did. No, dude, fuck these people. The thing, like, I see people championing. They're like, oh, we won. What does it... Like,
what did you accomplish?
I'm sorry, but like, how does this affect you?
All you did was make other people unhappy.
If you don't like something, just don't watch it. Mm-hmm. How are you better off that other people don't get to enjoy this now? Because that's what's happening. Like, I don't get to enjoy what happens in season 2 of The Acolyte because these assholes that could have just not watched it got their way.
These are the same assholes that were like, oh, Plagueis is in it. Awesome. It's like, oh, not. It's gone now.
Not anymore. Anyway.
Spoiler. Sorry if you haven't seen it.
So some things that were weird. Star Wars announced this very shortly after season 1 finale. Apparently, the viewership started strong and fizzled out after the season ran. Sorry, as the season ran. I wonder why. A few days ago or today, Manny Jacinto said that he will make it his personal life goal to make a season 2.
He was a standout of the show too.
I mean, obviously, and he has like the most to do.
Yeah.
In future.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Amanda Stenberg, who plays what are the names? May and
Osha. Yeah.
She's not surprised. She said, "I'm going to be really transparent and say that it's not a huge shock for me. Of course, I live in the bubble of my own reality, but for those who aren't aware, there has been a rampage of vitriol that we have faced since the show was even announced, when it was still just a concept."
I remember when the trailer came out, it was like super, super, super downvoted on YouTube.
Yeah. No one had even seen it. That's when we started experiencing a rampage of, I would say, hyper-conservative bigotry, and vitriol, prejudice, hatred, and hateful language towards us. I mean, and what's sad is, like, Star Wars people should have told her, like, hey, like, if you're a woman in a Star Wars thing, like, you're going to get booted off the internet, basically. You're going to get bullied so fucking hard.
Didn't they do that with
Rey?
Well, they bullied Rey, yeah, but no, they gave a warning to the girl from Obi-Wan Kenobi that played the
the little girl?
No.
Oh.
That played the
yeah,
Inquisitor. I can't remember the character name.
Oh yeah. She was in Queen's Gambit.
Reva,
yeah. Rose was bullied off the internet also. Yeah, Rey, I can't remember any of the actors' names.
Daisy Ridley,
like, she quit social media, period.
Yeah. And yeah, the girl that played Rose too. Yeah.
Like, they don't do this to the guys, you know? Like, you can say, you know, and they like to say, like, oh, it's bad writing and it's all this shit. It's like, yeah, but you are bullying certain people and not others. You know what I mean?
Also, the actor doesn't write.
That's the thing. Like, it's fictional characters, you know? So
the actor is standing on the X and saying their lines.
Yeah. There's also a huge Twitter campaign to renew the show. Let's see what happens in 10 years from now, right? Because this has happened before. Clone Wars was canceled, and then they released.
Hasn't Clone Wars been canceled like twice?
I think just the one time.
Well, I guess canceled the one time, and then they brought back like that weird Netflix season where it's like the lost chapters. Or
right. They finished it basically.
They finished it, but then.
Which was season 6, and then they made a season 7.
And then they made a season 7 like 5 years later on Disney Plus. Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's not unheard of. You know, Disney's just gonna. I mean, Disney's they're a for-profit company.
Yeah.
If they see the potential to make money by renewing the show for season 2, they'll do it. You know, but right now they don't see that, so that's why they canceled it.
Yeah.
It sucks that actors can't even enjoy their job with Star Wars sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, it happened to Ahmed Best too.
I mean, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Same deal. That was. So yeah, all the people are like, "Oh, this never happened with George Lucas' Star Wars." Yes, it fucking did.
Yeah.
George Lucas got bullied into not making Star Wars anymore.
That too.
Like
him too. Philly says he hates the sequels openly. Yeah, we know. But he has never and will never go after an actor of something that they're in, especially people sending death threats. That's insane.
Yeah.
Go outside, touch grass, make one friend, and get a job. Yeah, true. True. Let's move on. Bo DiMaggio allegedly sent nudes to his staff.
You mean DeMeo?
I said DiMaggio, didn't
DiMaggio is a completely different person.
He's great. The voice of Bender. Bo DiMaggio allegedly sent nudes to his staff. So he is. Let's run you through the timeline of these events.
Oh yeah, because we were wondering what the hell happened. Yeah.
Right. He is the creator of X-Men 97. He was fired from the show by Marvel Studios days before the show premiered. The prevailing theory as to why was that he had an OnlyFans account where he shared lewd but not nude photos of himself, like this one here that I'm showing.
That's not that bad.
Well, so there's some other ones where it's, you know, he's like
a little more suggestive,
little lower cut.
Yeah,
you see more of his pelvis, but like not his penis, right?
Right.
Anyway, however, like, so the whole OnlyFans thing, the thought process there was like he's had it for a while, so Marvel already knew he would have had that.
And it's like maybe attention got brought to it and they wanted to like distance themselves.
Kind of like a James Gunn thing.
Yeah, because Marvel knew that too.
Right. Yeah,
everybody knew that.
Yeah. So, a lot of that had been shared on the internet, being like, "Oh, he's probably like, unjustifiably fired,
right?
All this or whatever." Recently, DeMeo complained that he was not invited to the Emmy Awards because where X-Men 97 was nominated for 2 awards. And that's what kind of kicked this news off.
Well, yeah, first off, he was fired. Why would he be invited?
Well, because he made the show. You know, it's one because hold on. In that sense, I kind of like see his point because it's like he made the thing that's getting the awards. It's his award. He should be there to receive it. On one hand, like he got fired from like doing anything else or whatever. But anyway.
Okay.
So that kicked off this news. News broke that Bo DeMeo allegedly sent nude photos of himself in sexually suggestive hero poses to several young male staffers working on X-Men 97, saying that they could use it as inspiration.
That's a tough look. That's a tough look.
He also allegedly groped an assistant multiple times and emotionally / physically abused other staffers.
This sucks.
It just goes to show, in my opinion, that like maybe we shouldn't like jump to conclusions sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes if someone gets fired, they could have deserved it.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
So yeah, not always, but
you know.
And this sucks because like I still haven't seen X-Men 97. I've heard it's great. Apparently his writing is incredible.
Yeah, no doubt.
So this sucks.
Like it's just I don't know. There are other talented people.
Right.
And there's people who worked on this also. Collaborative effort.
Yeah.
I'm sure the next few seasons will be fine. But like
I mean, it's more important that the workplace is a comfortable place to be. Yeah.
You know, this isn't okay. And it's like again, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. And again, Disney is a for-profit company. They have no ulterior motive as to fire this guy
other than
for good reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and like if there was some other motivation at hand, we could be like, oh, they fired him for some unjust reason or whatever. But like, there isn't.
No, he was sexually harassing people.
He's just a bad dude.
Yeah.
So. Would they be able to use his work on season 2? Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Contracts.
Something
are
about big companies. Any work you do for them, they own.
Yeah,
you don't own it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be a good company if they didn't have that shit locked down. I say good company, like they're not a good company, but like they're good at what they do.
Did you hear about the? Were you talking about Disney?
Yeah.
Did you hear about the guy whose wife died?
Yes.
At Disney Springs.
At Raglan Road.
No, was it Raglan Road?
Yeah.
I thought it was a different restaurant.
It was Raglan Road.
I'm not eating there.
It was for allergy.
I don't have
reasons.
an allergy, but still.
I like Raglan Road.
I don't. It's fine. It's fine.
And the people that fucked up probably don't work there anymore.
It's so like I don't know if you've.
I think it was like a server and a manager that fucked up. It might have just been a server.
I
that
thought you were
fucked
talking
up.
about the lawyers.
No.
Because I don't think those lawyers work there either anymore.
Oh, probably not.
Because they should have consulted PR and they did not do that.
They're just like, oh, well, actually.
They try to get... So, like, I follow a bunch of lawyers on TikTok. I don't know why. I think it's just, like, a interest of mine or whatever.
I follow Legal Eagle on YouTube.
Is that the one who does...
He just watches, like, scenes from, like, movies and shows.
Yeah.
Talks about how accurate it is.
I like him.
He's fun.
Yeah, he's done a couple episodes of It's Always Sunny.
Yep.
For no reason.
Yep.
Because obviously it's all fucked up or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway. It's super interesting that case though, because it's like on the outside it sounds like, oh, Disney is so evil that they're trying to get away from like a wrongful death because you signed up for Disney Plus. Well, that's not quite what it is. It's not far from it either though.
It was I think it was an overzealous lawyer trying to
They were really trying to knock this one out of the park. They said they thought they cooked with this one.
I guarantee you, Disney immediately fired. Like you're
He's
out.
Gone. There's
done.
no way. Yeah, that person is gone because the negative PR that they attracted is way worse. It's not that they were trying to like get away with a wrongful death. It's that they didn't want it to be overly public. So what they were trying to do is keep it in private arbitration instead of a public lawsuit.
Do you know how you do that? You pay the person their damn money. You settle.
In some cases. Yeah. But if
you don't go, actually, you're not going to get any money because you signed up for Disney.
But if you're going after Disney, like you put on your big balls and you go, I'm going to make this a public lawsuit, and you think that's how you're going to get them to cry.
Right.
You know? So like, I'm not going to say one thing or another, but what's super interesting is that, again, some fucking legal brand new lawyer thought he was cooking and was like, well, when he signed up for Disney Plus, he agreed to not skip arbitration, meaning like under no circumstances can he sue Disney without first going to private arbitration to settle it privately instead of publicly, right?
Here's the thing. Bad press is a thing.
Well, yeah. First of all, he should have considered that because this is so stupid. You did not win. You didn't gain anything by doing this.
You lost Disney money.
And like the whole like Disney Plus signing up for the parameters of Disney Plus.
Apparently, it was also a free trial. It wasn't even subscription.
Yeah. But the parameters of Disney Plus is not the same as the parameters of going to a restaurant on Disney property.
No.
Those are two very different things, especially since I'm pretty sure that's one of the restaurants that's not owned by Disney. Or is it?
I think most of the restaurants in Disney Springs aren't owned by Disney.
That's what I'm saying.
Except for like maybe Earl of Sandwich.
They own some of them. Universal does this too, where like some of those are owned by Universal.
Yeah, like Cowfish is not owned by Universal.
No, and some of them are private. Yeah. Anyway,
Burger King's not owned by Universal.
but it's like they're just irrelevant. And like I was talking to a friend of mine who's a lawyer. He's like, yeah, that's never gonna fly. Because
that was stupid.
There's never. It'd be one thing if he was on like in the park, because if you're in the park, you bought a ticket, and in that ticket you assigned some sort of agreement saying that you wouldn't skip the arbitration process. So anything that happens in the park, you can't. But this isn't a ticketed place. This is Raglan Road. You can just go there for free.
Yeah.
So no. And the Disney Plus subscription is completely irrelevant.
So it's like the only thing he had was like, oh well, they were on Disney property. It's like, okay, so
that's nothing.
If this happened in Celebration,
yeah, that's nothing. Yeah. Oh man, it's so stupid.
Yeah,
it's so fucking stupid. Anyway,
the thing is, it paints Disney in a really bad light when the situation.
Well, yeah,
the situation wasn't Disney's fault, but they're on the hook for it.
Yeah. I mean. If Disney were to, if all of the fucking lawyers and the execs got together, this is not what they would have chosen to do.
They would have tried to settle.
This is just what a couple lawyers were like, hey man, I found a loophole. Let's go with it.
Don't worry, Iger. We're gonna save you some money.
Anyway, my best friend is going to Disney this weekend. Is staying for 2 weeks. Oh, cool.
I hope they have fun.
Yeah. Disneyland, Disney World.
World is better.
So they say, yeah.
Well,
I've never been to
apparently
Land.
California Adventure sucks.
Hang on, I heard some of the stuff there is fun.
Apparently, it was a disaster.
Yeah, back then. I think it's better now.
I don't know what they've added.
They have Spider-Man now. They have a Spider-Man ride.
I don't think that's at California Adventure. I think that's just at Disneyland.
No, I think it's California.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, because then Star Wars is at Disneyland.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. Whichever's in Florida. Yeah,
that's World.
That's ours. Yeah, Disney World.
We also have more parks.
We have.
That's a plus. We have Epcot.
2 more parks. Yep.
Where you can go be an irresponsible adult and blow all your money on alcohol.
That's true. Josh Brolin offered the role of Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
Is this official?
He was at least offered it. That's what.
Okay.
That's what the news says.
It's kind of an older Hal Jordan, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Well, apparently in the Superman movie they're going with Guy Gardner, so.
Right, so he's like the third Green Lantern, I think.
So do we already have a Jon Stewart too?
Yeah. I think what they're gonna do is Jon Stewart's gonna be like the Justice League main one.
I can see that.
Green Lantern, which means that Hal Jordan was already
maybe he'll be
around.
more of like a mentor type. I can see that.
That's what they were gonna. That's what the DCEU was gonna do forever ago. Also, with Green Lantern Corps, is that they're gonna do 2 of them.
Were they gonna starting with the Ryan Reynolds one, right?
No. Starting with
that was supposed to be the beginning of the DCEU.
Yeah, but then they didn't do that, and then Man of Steel was the beginning of the DCEU. But then this was the role that a lot of people thought was perfect for Tom Cruise.
I don't want Tom Cruise as Green Lantern. I don't want Tom Cruise in a superhero movie and something that's not a cameo. I feel like him as the Tony Stark in like Doctor Strange, that would have been perfect. And then just leave it at that.
He hasn't taken a supporting role in a very long time.
I know, and he won't ever.
I think he would. I think you're wrong.
He did one for Tropic Thunder.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not only was
he just thought that was
a supporting
funny,
role in Tropic Thunder, he was very ugly in it, and that was part of the joke.
Right.
He understands.
No, he was probably like, "This is hilarious. I'm going to do it."
Yeah. I'm not the sexy front man, and that's what makes it funny. He knows what sells, You know, and I think he's waiting for. I think he's probably been offered 1 million roles by Marvel and DC,
And he's like, nah.
and he's just waiting for the right one. You know, and I wouldn't be surprised, like given his age and whatever, it's a supporting role that
Right.
I think he thinks he can really like land and just be in the movie for a little bit. I think this would have been a fine role for Tom Cruise.
You know what DC casting I really loved, besides Superman, that I'm really sad that it's probably not going to continue? Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. That was...
Yeah, but he even in the movie he died.
I know, but like it's Dr. Fate.
He was good though.
He can come back.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty good.
No, like he was the highlight of that movie.
Yeah,
That was also a really bad movie.
the movie was awful. All in the edit. I'm sure you could put together a better version of
Probably.
that movie, but it's all in the edit.
You also got to take the rock out of it to make it.
Well,
good.
I guess you're right. What's interesting here is that this would be Josh Brolin's 7th comic book role.
Whew.
He has been. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Number 1, he's been Jonah Hex. We already covered that. in
Jonah
an
Hill.
episode. Yeah, Jonah Hill. My bad. He's been Agent K, young Agent K in Men in Black 3.
Have we decided if we're allowed to do those?
If they stop making them, which I think they might be.
Hmm.
I think they might be.
I think if they do it, it'll be a reboot.
Yeah.
I feel like International kind of didn't do well.
Right. He was in Old Boy, which is based on a manga.
Yeah, and I think there's a Japanese movie of it and
It's
an American
South Korean.
South Korean movie.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
South
yeah.
Korea did it?
Yeah, they make movies over there.
I didn't. It's true. It's just I think manga. I think they're gonna do it's Japanese.
The manga is Japanese,
Yeah.
but the movie
But
is
South Korea
Korean.
made a movie
Yeah,
based
yeah,
on a
yeah.
Japanese manga. Okay,
Korean movie, and
but
then,
yeah,
an American
Josh Brolin's in
remake.
the American one though.
Yeah. He's obviously Thanos in like 5 movies. He was in Sin City, A Dame to Kill For.
Ooh.
He's Cable, as we're about to talk about, and this would be his 7th role as Hal Jordan.
For somebody that doesn't seem like a nerd at all, he's in a lot of nerdy shit.
I think he recognized, he does he's a good actor. And
He is. He
he'll-
was also
he'll-
in the Goonies
he'll
as
do
a
a good-
teenager.
Yep. He'll do a good short role, I feel.
Yeah.
I have several of these stories that are very similar. Ian McKellen has been asked to, Sir Ian McKellen has been asked to return as Gandalf. This would be in Lord of the Rings, The Search for Gollum. The Hunt for Gollum. What's it called?
I don't remember. I remember it's the same title that like a fan film had though,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
years ago.
Yeah. The copyright struck it and then undid that.
Yeah.
He does incest in Old Boy. Yeah, we know.
We've all heard.
Sounds like we need a Josh Brolin special. We did him on Keep or Cancel.
On Jonah Hex.
Jonah Hex.
Jonah Hill.
Check that out.
Hunt for Gollum, Philly said. Okay.
Oh, I actually wrote it down. I'm an idiot.
Oh, okay. Which was the recent Lord of the Rings movie they announced? It's a movie,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
movie. I'm not particularly excited about this movie because it just sounds like
It sounds like a side story.
Well, WB only has rights to the Lord of the Rings books, and
Amazon has rights to the Silmarillion, and that's
something
it.
like that, right?
Yeah.
So WB can make more stories, even though they've already made all 3 Lord of the Rings and 3 movies based on The Hobbit, which
They
also had
only
rights
needed to make one.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson's real upset about the whole thing.
So now what they can do is do movies just based on stories in the appendices of Return of the King. This being one of them. Hunt for Gollum being one of
Here's
them.
the thing, stuff like this, like I don't mind it. It's supplemental stuff, sure, but I mean that's not always a bad thing.
So Ian McKellen's going to be made to do this till he's 90.
I mean, he is Gandalf.
But like, first of all, he's 85. So till he's 100 then. And I'm like, at this point, like this Hunt for Gollum apparently takes place. So like in the books, between Fellowship in the Ring and Two Towers, there's like 5 years or 10 years. There's a lot of time in there.
How long does it take Frodo and Sam to walk to Mordor?
It's not that. If I'm not wrong, in Fellowship of the Ring, there's a part where Gandalf spends years. You know when he runs up to the library, he finds the book he's looking for, and he runs back?
Yeah.
That takes years in the books.
In the movies, it makes it seem like it was like
It's
a few days.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That takes years. And I feel as if this story takes place in that time period. Right? So it's like, first of all,
It's going to be Gandalf's Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah, like you've already made it seem like this is not a big deal that time period. But second of all, like you're asking us to look at Sir Ian McKellen, and he's gonna be the same age as he was 20 years ago. You know? I don't know. Oh, sorry.
We'll see how
Gandalf
it works.
spends 12 years in Gondor looking for information on the ring.
But
so,
I feel like for Gandalf, that's like nothing.
that's crazy.
Isn't he old as shit?
Well, yeah, but
Don't wizards live for like
he's
unnaturally?
He's not a human, and he's not a wizard. He's a Aeneir or something like that. He's basically an angel.
Aren't all of the like wizards that though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Although some
At
of
least
them,
like the main ones. So like
there was 5 of them. 3 of them, 2 of them kind of lost their way and just started doing other shit. And then one of them,
Gandalf is 50,000 years old.
Well,
A
Maiar. Thank you, the Maiar. Yeah. One of them, I'm not a fucking, I know nothing about Lord of the Rings. One of them was Radagast.
Radagast. The brown wizard.
He just got obsessed with like nature, and so he just lives in the woods and doesn't do anything else.
We saw a little bit of him in The Hobbit.
Yeah, he's in The Hobbit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Gandalf is like the only one that kind of like remembers that he's there for a reason. And then Saruman, who ends up betraying the order.
Count Dooku.
Yeah.
And he makes Gandalf breakdance.
Have you seen the things where the Australian breakdancer is like in the fucking tower?
Yeah.
That's so good. Anyway, sure, whatever. Get paid, Ian McKellen. James Spader is reprising his role as Ultron in Vision Quest.
You know, I was just thinking like a month ago, I hope they bring Ultron back and do something with him. And here we are.
Here we are. They're doing it. So Ultron, the show was originally called, I don't know.
I thought it was always called Vision Quest.
I think it's still called Vision Quest, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
As far as I know. It's based on a comic run.
I've gaslit myself into thinking that they've already changed the title. Because Marvel's
you're thinking about Agatha.
They're always changing the titles of everything.
And Captain America was originally called New World Order, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think he should have come back for What If. Because I didn't like the voice that they used for Vision. Sorry, Ultron.
I thought it was okay, but no, James Spader has a very...
It's so unique.
Unique voice, yeah. And a unique cadence of speaking, too. Yeah.
You know what's really funny is that James Spader has only played 2 characters since 2015.
Oh.
Ultron and Red from the Blacklist.
So he's just not doing that much.
He did like 10 years of Blacklist. Like he was on that show for a while.
That was like he exclusively did that though.
Yeah, that was it. Before that, the last TV show he had done before Blacklist was The Office.
Like the season and a half of The Office that he did.
As Robert California.
Yeah.
And then literally the last movie he's done is Avengers: Age of Ultron. He hasn't done a movie since.
Wow.
So it's just Red and Ultron.
Philly, I don't know about top 5, but I do like Age of Ultron more than most people.
I like Age of Ultron for what it is. However, I think the dialogue is laughably bad.
I think it's the best the best. I'm trying to word this right.
I like the movie.
It's like the only time we see the Avengers like being friends.
No, I like that part. Yeah.
But like that whole movie, it's the only time we see them like actually being a team. Because everything else, they're like Civil War, or they break up.
All of their, well, I mean, they sort of break up at the end, but like most of their dialogue is just weird.
Well, that's the Joss Whedon of it all.
Weird Joss Whedon one-liners, and like jokes that like feel like they're all written by the same person, even though they're said by different people. You know what I mean?
I don't mind it.
It bothers me so much.
I think it's less corny than the first Avengers movie, honestly.
I think it's 10 times more corny. Because
have you watched the first one?
Yeah,
recently?
No, and the dialogue is better in the first one. It's in the second. In Age of Ultron, he just goes all out, and it doesn't work.
1 feels more campy. 2 is more. It is more quippy, but I don't know. I'm not like as much in Age of Ultron. There's a couple of bad jokes in Age of Ultron.
No one just like speaks to each other straight. No one just like says what they're thinking.
The entire half hour at the farm, they're all speaking to each other straight.
I think that might be the best part. Honestly, honestly, I think that's the best part because he's not trying to be funny. I think that's what
everybody's like. Oh, and apparently he fought really hard to keep that part.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
the
movie,
best part of the movie.
which is weird. It's
Anyway.
Joss Whedon's a weird guy, man. I really like his TV shows, but he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Didn't we already cancel him once?
I think we did. Or maybe we just cancel him every time we talk about him.
We did Justice League, remember?
Justice League. Yeah. You're right.
Okay. Anyway. All right, last story. Sony fires Chris Miller and Phil Lord.
Ooh.
Sorta.
This might be the dumbest thing they've done.
They're not fired. They don't want to work together anymore after Spider-Man Noir. What do you mean? On Sony's part?
Yeah. You know how much money they're making, Sony? The successful Spider-Man shit's coming from them.
I guess that's true. First of all the Spider-Man shit's successful. They haven't made an unsuccessful Spider-Man shit
Morbius
since
Madam Web.
All that stuff. I was thinking about like the proper stuff.
No,
I was like Amazing
I'm thinking
Spider-Man
about
2.
the stuff that Sony is trying to get out there.
Yeah, you're right. The long-running partnership between Phil Lord, Chris Miller, and Sony is reportedly set to end following disagreements over Spider-Man Noir. A story has popped up over at Puck. What? That claims that things are not going particularly smoothly on the live-action Spider-Man Noir project that's set to feature Nicolas Cage as a hard-boiled alternative universe take on the Spider-Man character. An animated version of the character popped up in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and its sequel, blah, 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 delayed, blah, blah, blah. The project making animation workflow very difficult in terms of meeting deadlines. Well, yeah. We've talked about that.
Yeah, but also animation takes a long time.
Phil Lord and Chris Miller are co-writers behind those films and are hands-on in their roles as producers back in 2019. Sony reported... Oh, I didn't finish that. It's okay. Anyway. So basically things aren't going great at Spider-Man Noir.
Is it a pay dispute?
I have no idea. I think this was a paywall article, and that's as far as I got.
Fuck paywalls.
So, there you have it.
Just run an ad, and then let me read the article after the ad.
Yeah. Well, you can block the
Don't literally... well, then they have ads that say, turn off your ad blocker.
They're smart ads. Yeah, I don't like them.
I hate them.
Yeah.
So my ad blocker is useless now. At least I don't get pop-ups. But
well, I mean, the ad blocker is still good on most sites.
Yeah.
My ad blocker saves me. I love my ad blocker so much.
I can't remember life without it.
Yeah. It's
I'm trying to remember like 2000s internet where shit was just popping up like crazy.
It's still like that.
Oh, we just block it all.
Yeah. Speaking of Nick Cage, I just watched 2 nights ago. I didn't tell you this. I mean, I did.
You said in Discord.
Yeah.
Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen it. I want to.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
It's really good.
Because we were supposed to do a Nick Cage marathon before we watched it, and then we watched National Treasure 1, and that was it.
That's it. Classic.
We were like, oh, cool. We watched. Yeah,
Classic.
we're done with Nick Cage.
Classic us. We wouldn't even consider the classics.
Like Vampire's Kiss.
What?
It's a Nick Cage movie where he's a vampire.
I learned about like 3 Nick Cage movies.
Nick
watching
Cage likes
this
being
movie.
a vampire. Huh.
Because what other thing was he a vampire in?
Renfield.
Oh, true.
And he's gonna be a vampire in another thing.
Hey, I'm streaming.
She knows that.
I don't think so. Do you want anything from Taco Bell?
I'm considering it, but no.
So no?
I guess not.
Also, Berto noticed your desk. He said it was very clean, and I didn't tell him shit. Okay, we gotta go. You don't want anything, right?
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
I don't want anything either. Okay. What? Okay. All right. Love you. Okay, bye. Let's go to Taco Bell.
Nice.
Should have just gone to Fuzzies. Anyway.
Yeah, they're still. They might have just closed, actually.
So there's a bunch of references in the movie to a bunch of his older films that I didn't know exist.
Like what?
I don't remember the
Damn
fucking
it.
titles. There's one where he's like protecting some lady.
That sounds like a few Nick Cage movies.
Yeah, he's
like Drive Angry.
He's like a secret. No, they didn't reference that one.
That one.
You know what they? You know which one they didn't reference, but they needed to? Was
Left Behind.
No, Adaptation. Have you seen Adaptation?
I have not.
Okay, well
I've seen Knowing.
God damn it!
Same thing.
No, Adaptation's really good.
Okay,
it's not one of his bad movies. It's like literally his best movie.
Whoa. No, National Treasure is his best movie.
No, Adaptation's his best movie.
Ghost Rider.
By Spike Jonze.
Did they reference Ghost Rider?
No.
What a waste.
Do
you see my shirt?
See? Oh, yeah. They only referenced like 4 Nick Cage movies, which seems crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it does seem crazy, doesn't it? They should have done more.
Huh.
It's mostly Con Air. They did National Treasure. These 2 movies I'm not very familiar with, and then what's his other big one? It's Con Air and
National Treasure.
no,
Ghost Rider.
The Rock.
Oh,
They mentioned The Rock.
I forgot he was in that.
There's one.
I only
more.
think of Sean Connery when I think of that movie.
What's the other like big old movie that he did? Con Air and one other one. The
World
Face
Trade
Off.
Center.
Face Off.
Oh, Face Off.
Face Off. Yeah, they reference Face Off and Con Air the most.
With John Travolta.
Yeah. Philly, it's not his best movie.
It's his best movie.
His best movie is Adaptation.
It's National Treasure
Anyway,
1.
here's the reason you need to watch Adaptation. This is just a remake of Adaptation, but make it funny. That's it.
Whoa.
That's it. This is literally...
Is Pedro Pascal good in it?
He's fantastic.
All I know from the movie is that meme with him driving and smiling.
Yeah. They're high. That's why he's making that
Okay.
face. Yeah. And he's incredible.
Like,
actually.
just look at each other like...
Oh, there's a weird thing about that movie. Ike Barinholtz, you know that guy?
No.
He's in a bunch of... You know him. He's in a bunch of shit.
The name's not ringing
His
a bell.
character disappears halfway through the movie.
Oh.
I think he wasn't available.
Funny.
No, okay. Everybody watching right now needs to go watch Adaptation. It's a movie about adapting a book into a movie, and it's about the screenwriter who has to do it. The screenwriter is Charlie Kaufman. Charlie Kaufman is a real person. He's a real screenwriter.
Oh, wow.
And so it's a super meta movie about himself writing this very movie that we are watching, right? And so it gets to a point where it's like there's only a few movies like this. One being Adaptation, another one being Stranger Than Fiction with Will Ferrell. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah.
Very good. It's like that. Where he gets to a point where he's like, well, now we're literally watching me write the movie as it's happening. So anything that it's like a double mirror effect. So like anything that you write to happen, you have to watch it right. Like he's literally writing what's happening around him.
Okay.
You know? Adaptation is really good. This is kind of like a fun, lighthearted remake of Adaptation. Only it doesn't take itself seriously, and it's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Anyway.
Okay.
That's it for us, you guys. Nope. Let's go this one. That's it for news of the week. Thank you guys for watching or listening and supporting us on Patreon. We'll see you guys next week here on News from the Phantom Zone, and goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, we're going to take a short break. Then we're going to go do Deadpool 2, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't leave. Or 2 people just left as soon as we said that.
No!
That was funny, actually.
I feel like there has to be another way of, like, communicating to the stream that we're not actually done. We're just done recording a thing.
Maybe, I don't know.
You haven't done Deadpool. You haven't done Deadpool. It's Deadpool 2. We talked about this already.
We've done Deadpool and Deadpool 3. We haven't done Deadpool 2.
It's
We're a
so
little
good.
out
I've
of
never
order
heard of
here.
it.
It's
It's
11.
11.
Oh, he doesn't work right
I
now,
don't
so
work
it's
tomorrow.
fine.
We can
And
do,
I close tomorrow, so I can wake up late.
dude, we can do this till 2 a.m. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Bye. I mean, not bye.
Be right back. I told you not to chug. I'm back. Sorry. I made a couple cocktails and then Sable got back and we were chatting with her. So Berto is still out there. Oh, he's coming back.
I was chatting with my friend that I never see.
Alrighty.
All right.
All right, now you're back. She is eating her Taco Bell. That's what she's doing.
And then she's gonna watch a spooky movie.
She's gonna watch a spooky movie. Don't know what movie.
Wow. That's what happens when I chug.
Yeah, I told you. Everyone told you not to chug. Everybody.
Everyone being you.
Sable said it too.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. I
she
heard her say.
encouraged me.
No, she said to not to chug.
Yeah, and then when you walked away, she was like, "Chug it."
Ah. Anyway. I'm trying to get some silence.
Whoops.
Don't talk. Anyway. Cool.
I haven't done this in a while, okay?
All right, let's get going. Yeah, Sable's outside. Blah, blah, blah. Let's get going.
Making a bunch of noise.
Welcome to Films from the Phantom Zone, your podcast about failed and forgotten comic book movies. There's a hair in my face. Where we watch a forgotten superhero movie and decide, does this belong in the Phantom Zone to be forgotten for forever or out and about for everyone to rewatch and remember fondly? I'm your host. My name is Arnaldo. And I'm joined by...
Berto.
I just thought you were going to I don't know why. It's been a minute. I don't know why I thought you were just going to say your name at a different point. I hesitated. Anyway. Yeah, it's been a minute, guys.
Yeah.
We are doing... Berto, what movie are we doing today?
Deadpool 2.
Deadpool 2, yeah. We were trying to get this done before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. But also, it's just, one of our list of, forgotten superhero movies, so to speak. Right? So it's we could have... You know what I mean?
Could have done it any time.
We're doing it now. Get over it.
Yeah, whatever.
But we've just been super busy.
Here's the thing. Here's our big miss. We missed our AVP window.
That's the thing.
And we missed our Crow window.
I thought Crow was coming out way later.
It already came out and it already bombed. It made
wow.
less than $10 million.
I could have swore that was going to be in October.
It made no money. I think Borderlands made more money.
We should do AVP soon. And we just say.
We should.
Well, there's an Alien show coming out.
I actually just saw that today.
The trailer came out today or something came out today.
It's called Alien Earth.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
I remember them, because I remember it was very confusing a while ago. They were like, hey, the Alien Covenant sequel is canceled. However, we greenlit this other Alien movie and this Alien TV show. And I was like, what the fuck is happening?
10 years or something before the first Alien.
Yeah.
And it's going to be mostly about the premise seemed to be mostly about the company Weyland Yutani.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in that. Because I love to, learn more about evil corporations.
Anyway, guys, we're here with Deadpool 2. We're going to get going soon. First of all, we've also... Some of the things that distracted us were we did a news episode on San Diego Comic-Con with our good friend Blake from Duck Takes.
Still got to get used to saying that.
I know. Formerly known as Blake's Takes. We also did a review on Deadpool and Wolverine. All those things are out. Check them out. But we're going to get started now on Deadpool 2, which is surprisingly, on Disney+. Which I will never get over, but...
Yeah, but only if you have your parental settings set right.
Yeah. You gotta do all that first. Yeah. But anyway, guys, what am I gonna say? Before we get started, I just wanted to let you all know that we are streaming live on Twitch. We stream all these episodes live on Twitch. We have some friends here in the chat we're going to be referring to. By the way, Philly, that Transformers window. When is Transformers coming out?
2 weeks.
Is it?
It's very soon. 2 or 3 weeks.
All right, maybe we should start brainstorming for that.
We also gotta consider what we're gonna do for
spooky.
And
Christmas and all the things. Yeah.
Because I feel we could do spooky comic book movies, but I feel we should do a Halloween episode too. Because it's just clearly everybody loves those special holiday episodes.
Okay. So we're in the Discord. We have a Discord link below. People were talking about the Halloween episode, and I'm like, we've done 3 of them. Or 4. We've done a bunch. And I'm sort of out of things to talk about. So it's like, what's the show?
I mean, it could always just we just talk about a Halloween movie that's not necessarily comic book related. It could be like a Where's Mephisto spinoff.
That's what we always do. We always talk about spooky movies.
And that's fine. But we could do a spooky movie. Like how we did Polar Express for Christmas. Something along those lines. Movie. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We do like Trick or Treat or Insidious or...
All right, we can figure something out.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get going on this movie, Deadpool 2, streaming on Disney+, directed by David Leitch, I think is his name. Written by
that sounds right.
Rhett Reese, Paul Warnick, and Ryan Reynolds. Now he gets a writer's credit, which he didn't in the first movie.
Okay.
Starring Ryan Reynolds, Josh Brolin, Morena Baccarin, Julian Dennison. I think that's the boy, right?
That's Russell.
Yeah. Zazie Beetz, T.J. Miller, Brianna Hildenbrand, and Jack Kesey.
Is Jack Kesey Colossus?
No, I don't know
Jack
why
Kesey?
he gets a credit on the thing.
Who?
He is Black Tom. He's on the Wikipedia.
All I remember about him is he's African American.
I don't know who invited him to the cast list on Wikipedia, but there he is.
Oh, what's your thing? Cultural appropriation?
I actually looked into his character. It's Black Tom. I forgot his last name. And he's like a genuine X-Men / Deadpool villain. He also has the power of plant control.
Okay.
So he's like Poison Ivy, basically.
In this, he's just a
dude.
I guess he's a mutant because he's in that prison,
right,
but
yeah.
we don't know what his power is because
Right,
he's got the collar.
He's got the collar,
Yeah.
so he can't
He just gets executed by Cable accidentally.
Yeah, plants and wood. Anyway,
White Wade Wilson.
some background information. Did you get any background on Cable?
Yeah, actually, you might have it in the shared folder, but I might be able to pull it up.
Okay, cool. Tim Miller does not return. There was creative differences with Ryan Reynolds over style and direction and Cable casting. That's interesting to me. I wonder what a Tim Miller version of this movie would have looked like.
Well, we wouldn't have had Josh Brolin.
Black Tom Cassidy, that's his name.
Black
yeah,
Tom
and sometimes
Cassidy.
he is a friend of Juggernaut. Yeah.
Sometimes a friend of Juggernaut. Huh. Cable is sometimes a friend of Deadpool.
Oh, and before we get into Cable, 3 more interesting things.
Yeah, no problem. I'm loading up Word
Oh,
anyway.
perfect. One more interesting thing. There are 3 cuts of this movie. There is a theatrical cut, which I watched like 6 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
There is a super duper cut, which I've never seen.
It's just the unrated version.
Well, first of all, I mean, like, how much worse can you get? But
Not
yeah.
that much worse. Yeah.
And there's Once Upon a Deadpool,
That one's fun.
which I just watched today. Once Upon a Deadpool is the PG-13 version of this movie, told through the framework of Deadpool is telling a bedtime story to Fred Savage, like in Princess Bride.
Yeah, it's a really fun framing device. But you haven't even seen Princess Bride.
I haven't seen Princess Bride, but I did see Once Upon a Deadpool.
And you do know who Fred Savage is.
I do, because I watched The Wonder Years when I was growing up.
I watched Princess Bride growing up.
Yeah, no, not me. Yeah, Once Upon a Deadpool. I'm gonna talk about it throughout the episode because I think there's some interesting like changes.
Like there's some
to make
good,
it PG-13.
there's some like
I think it's not. So I like all the Fred Savage scenes. I like the cutaways.
I like the framing of it. It's a lot of fun.
That's super fun. It's super interesting. I don't necessarily think it's a better movie. I think it's weird to take away all.
It feels
I think
like,
it's less
it feels like
enjoyable.
the TV cut of the movie.
Yeah, only a lot better because there was a lot of like reshoots, re-edits.
Right. It's a lot smoother than a TV cut would be. Because
yeah.
a TV cut would just be like, oh, they cut that scene halfway through.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's, if anything, I think it's interesting. It's an interesting study in editing if you are a film student. You know what I mean? Like, you can actually put this on, and I've said this about other movies with multiple cuts. So you can put them on and see how they both fare and kind of compare them.
Because the scenes,
apples
like,
to apples.
it's not necessarily just like taking some scenes out and adding some deleted scenes. Some scenes are straight up different.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's the scenes, we'll get to it, but like the scenes where he's in the X Mansion, and like when they cut away to like where they pan off to the X-Men,
Yeah.
all that's reshot because all of the jokes told by Ryan Reynolds outside of The Mask, they can't just ADR over it.
Yeah.
So they had to reshoot that, which I thought was very interesting.
And some of the jokes are like kind of more messed up in the PG-13 version
because of like implication.
Yeah,
they can't just explicitly say it.
But it's but I guess because of the lack of like coarse language, it's like acceptable.
Yeah. It's interesting for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I got a little bit of information on Cable here.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right, so Cable.
Do you have more or less information than Fred Savage had in that cutaway in Once Upon a Deadpool?
That was a good little thing.
That was funny.
I mean, I touch on that
okay,
stuff.
so one more thing. The other thing about Once Upon a Deadpool is that they made it after the movie came out.
Yeah.
So they incorporated a lot of like the criticisms.
Yep.
So like there's the part where like
he starts talking about Cable, you from the future, blah blah blah, technovirus.
Well, he
it's like I hope he did him justice.
He includes like all of the relationships. He's like, it's the son of Cyclops and brother
Madeline, the clone of Jean Grey, and
he goes on and on and on.
And then Deadpool's like, yeah, we did some of that. We did the time travel.
We did the time travel. But there was another part too. I can't remember what part that he's like. They cut away and basically it was like a fan reaction. It was like a real fan reaction that Fred Savage gets to vocalize in the movie, in real time, basically. Anyway, go on.
So Cable, whose actual name is Nathan Christopher Charles Summers.
Okay.
What a name there. Yeah. There's it's an interesting thing with this because the character Nathan Summers was created by Chris Claremont and Rick Leonardi, but the character Cable was created by Louise Simonson and Rob Liefeld. Liefeld.
I don't know how to say his name. Did they combine those two characters at some point?
Yes.
Or those two identities?
Because they were not meant to originally be the same character.
Okay. Interesting.
So technically he first appeared as a newborn in Uncanny X-Men number 201 in January of 1986.
Right, like just like Scott Summers' kid.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right.
And then Cable first appeared in the New Mutants number 87 in March 1990.
Oh, okay.
So Cable's origin was initially undecided because he was originally going to be his own character, but it was later decided that he was going to be an older version of Nathan Summers due to him being a time traveler.
Interesting.
So it was just kind of like let's throw shit at the wall.
I mean, that's how this shit works. It's like it's retcon. You know what I mean?
Comic books are retconned all the time.
And for the better. Like
not always, but
but a lot of times.
A lot of Spider-Man retcons are for the worse.
Okay, but like X-Men weren't originally political.
No, they weren't.
It was a boring comic run that didn't do well, and then they're like, well, what if we just like go balls to the wall?
What if we light a fire under this?
Yeah. And then it became like the greatest thing ever. But that wasn't until like the 70s. So Magneto wasn't originally a Holocaust survivor. He was just a bad guy. Like a boring bad guy.
But making him a Holocaust survivor makes him so much more interesting.
So much better. Yeah. So much more interesting.
But so he is the son of Scott Summers, who is Cyclops, and his first wife, Madeline Pryor, who is a clone of Jean Grey.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So it's the same as having a baby with Jean Grey then.
I guess, yeah.
Like genetically.
80s and 90s, there's a lot of clone shit going on in the comics.
Right.
When he was born, Nathan was infected by a deadly techno-organic virus.
Sorry, go back to the mom. What was her name?
Madeline Pryor.
That sounds familiar. Who is that?
The clone of Jean Grey.
No. Does she have a name? Does she have like a mutant name? Like a hero name?
I think it's just Madeline Pryor.
There's another
in
character.
Deadpool 2, there was a truck called like Pryor's Cakes or something like that.
Is there a comic book writer or artist named Pryor? Someone's
Are you thinking of Kitty Pryde?
No, I'm thinking Pryor. Someone's named Pryor. That character's named
if somebody
after
wants
somebody.
to do some research on that.
Yeah, please.
I didn't look up Madeline Pryor. I looked up Cable.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Go
on. So when he was born, Nathan Summers was infected by a deadly techno-organic virus. He was then sent to a possible future timeline where he could be treated and live his life.
Oh,
so he got sick and we're like, let's send him to the future where they have treatment for this.
Well, that's what I was wondering. It's like, if he's the son of Scott Summers, he's not from that far into the future. from like 30 years.
They sent him into the future.
So they sent him like 100 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And in that future world, Nathan grew into who we know as Cable.
Gotcha.
He, I guess, makes enemies with the mutant Apocalypse in the future. I guess Apocalypse is still around in the future.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. But eventually Cable time travels back to the present day, but like before he was actually born, and then just kind of like makes his home in the present day, and he hangs out with the X-Men.
So he's Trunks.
Basically. Basically.
From Dragon Ball Z, yeah.
Who was first, Cable or Trunks? Trunks might have been first.
They're
very
that's
close.
Interesting.
They're very
actually.
Close.
They're very similar characters when you think about it.
Yeah.
They're like the same.
And Dragon Ball Z was like, what, late 80s, early 90s?
Yeah, but by that point, it's Cell Saga. They'd already run through all of Dragon Ball. And now they're in Dragon Ball
Trunks
Z.
might have been right after Cable.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, they're the same character. Think about it for a minute.
Yeah.
They're badasses from the future, come back in time to fix a timeline.
Before they were born.
Before they were born.
And they're
and born of familiar characters.
Yes.
Right?
Vegeta and Bulma.
Yeah. And their future's fucked. And they're all the stronger for it.
Yeah.
Remember, Kid Trunks never becomes as strong as Teen Trunks because he never had to go through their shit.
He didn't live in like a apocalyptic future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Goku took the medicine for his heart. And
oh, I forgot about the heart medicine.
yeah. That's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing, yeah.
But yeah, he ends up working alongside the X-Men. He was the creator of the original X-Force.
Okay, yeah.
He reformed the New Mutants into the first iteration of the X-Force.
X-Force was supposed to be like a more kind of like badass version of the X-Men.
Yeah, and
right?
Cable was supposed to be like a more badass, like just like leader too. Mm-hmm. And then and he's an on and off ally of Deadpool. They fight a lot. They work together a lot.
I was gonna say, like, when does he start getting paired up with Deadpool? Because that's a thing.
In the 90s, late 90s. But that's what I got on Cable. There's more to him, but then I'd be just going through a bunch of comic book storylines.
Right? Yeah, true. In the chat, so that character, Cable's mom, is known as the Goblin Queen.
Whoa,
that's her alias. She was in X-Men '97. That's not where
I
know
haven't
her
seen
from.
X-Men '97.
Yeah.
I've seen X-Men '92.
Yeah. Never expected Dragon Ball Z to be brought up, but I'm down. Yeah, Spider Nerd. You never know when Dragon Ball Z is gonna get brought up, but
we did do a Dragon Ball episode.
We did do a Dragon Ball episode.
God, that movie sucked.
It was fun to talk about though.
Yeah,
but I mean, like, am I wrong? Like, Trunks, Trunks and Cable are like the same character.
Yeah. Who's more badass? Trunks has a sword.
Trunks goes Super Saiyan.
What does Cable do? He's got guns.
I mean, he wears a cut-off jean jacket. How badass
is that? That's pretty badass.
I thought you were like gonna go the opposite direction.
No, that's pretty badass. Even as a kid, Trunks was like my favorite Dragon Ball character.
Trunks was like mine also. Yeah.
It was adult Trunks was my favorite though.
Yeah.
Kid Trunks,
he annoyed
me. Loser.
Yeah. Trunks can fly. That's true. In the chat, Spider Nerd said Trunks' character kind of sucks.
Oh, Philly.
Everyone, they're disagreeing in the chat, but anyway, I remember Trunks showing up and being like, "Oh, who's this badass? I like him a lot." And then his hair gets long after going to the hyperbolic time chamber, which I thought looked badass. He's just a badass character.
You know, Trunks and Cable are both kind of similar, also to John Connor. Not John Connor, Kyle Reese.
Well, he calls him John Connor in the movie.
No, John Connor is Kyle Reese's son.
Nobody literally calls him John Connor.
Oh, in Deadpool.
Yeah.
That's just because he was just making a Terminator reference. I think he's more like Kyle Reese than John Connor. But he looks more like John Connor and Kyle Reese. Huh. He comes from the future because he's a bitch. How does that make him a bitch?
How is he different than Cable?
He came from the future to save Goku's life.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, he cuts Frieza in half.
That was pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
He didn't take down Cell, though. Gohan had to do that.
Yeah.
But that was when Gohan finally became badass. It was also after Piccolo, like, raised him for a few years.
That's true.
Because Piccolo is way better than Goku.
God, when I was a kid, I wanted nothing more than a hyperbolic time chamber so I can go and like get better at things over a long period of time, and then come back.
He said he cuts a weakened version of Frieza in half. Well, Frieza's the bitch that got weakened, so I mean,
yeah, he got pretty much killed in the first place. Then he got put together robotically, and then Frieza just sliced him in half. And then he comes back like 4 more times.
And then like his brother came back cooler.
Yeah. They made 2 movies about Cooler. The movies are I'm not huge into Dragon Ball.
Are the movies canon?
The movies are somewhat canon. Sometimes they're not.
I feel like for an anime series, most of the time the movies aren't canon, and it's just like a side story.
Well, a lot of the movies were side stories until they're like these are bigger deals than the TV show. So it's like, are they or are they not canon?
And sometimes the movies will be redone in the series as like an episode arc.
It's kind of like Power Rangers. Remember that?
Yeah. That movie wasn't canon, but the less fun, like 3-episode story arc was canon.
Okay, we got some Dragon Ball nerds on the chat saying the movies are not canon. Interesting.
Okay.
And that
Cooler's Revenge isn't canon.
Some of them are canon. Apparently, the Super movies, the new ones.
I haven't seen any of Super.
And
I have not seen. All right, so this might be a little embarrassing for me. I am a Dragon Ball Z fan, but I have not seen past the Cell Saga. I did not see any of the Boo stuff.
I saw Boo. You know what though? I didn't finish it. So like I got right up to the finale, and there's like 4 episodes that I just didn't watch.
I finished the Cell Saga. I was like, I thought the series was over after that, so I was like, oh, cool.
It's a fine time to stop watching.
Honestly. It's a good ending.
Yeah. So like the Boo stuff, I don't know. So like, and like what I've seen from Super, I don't think I'd enjoy because it just keeps on. It gets repetitive.
Is it just like, let's do another tournament?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, another person comes and we gotta get stronger. Okay, everyone gets stronger, and then it's like,
didn't it all aren't like the fate of like universes at stake, and it's because Goku's like, hey, I want to fight you.
It gets. So like the Boo stuff was pretty good, but like there's a lot of filler that I like filler. So like I enjoyed some of the filler there.
I like some filler because it adds more like character depth and stuff.
So I don't know if you know, but like after the Cell Saga, there's a time jump. There's like a 10-year or like 15-year time jump.
Oh.
And so they're all basically adults now. So like you've got Gohan's an adult. He's in college. So
nice.
I guess it's only like 10 years or less.
Is that when he does the like he's like the great Saiyaman?
Yes.
Okay.
He becomes a superhero.
He's like a vigilante.
Yeah, he's a vigilante on the side. And no one knows who the great Saiyaman is because they don't. First of all, it's not like common.
His costume is silly.
It's also like not common knowledge that there's like these group of people that are like fighting for the faith of
right.
Earth.
The characters that we see, it's like that's a small group of people on the planet.
And it's in the background, and the regular people like have no idea. Sorry, it's only 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like in middle school, and now he's like now he's in college. So
okay.
that makes sense.
Okay.
So, and then like, so he's a superhero for a little bit. Then he finds a girlfriend in high school or college. Sorry. And then like start dating.
He finds his own Chi-Chi.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mix that up because I got separated. There's a spoon, so if you just twist it, it does a really good job mixing it. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm making a lot of noise. Sorry.
Yeah. And like, Goten and Trunks are like little kids. They're like 8 years old or 10 years old or something. And they're just like running amok, being annoying. So it's like Goku's second son.
Fuck Kid Trunks.
And Kid Trunks. Oh, hey, Zach the Fat Man. What's going on?
Oh, hey.
His original costume was just
him on Super Saiyan.
He had like a big weird mask.
I remember seeing that in like the Dragon Ball Z Budokai game. He was like a bonus character.
Yeah.
And I was always like, who the fuck is that? Because I never saw past the Cell Saga.
But apparently like Gohan's cool, but like during that period he's kind of a bitch. Because like he's not training that hard because there's nothing challenging him anymore.
Right. Well, yeah, he already killed Cell.
Yeah, he killed Cell or whatever. Yeah. And then so like when the Boo thing happens, he kind of like gets embarrassed or whatever.
Is Goku still dead?
I don't fucking remember. No, because he comes back because he has a baby. He has Goten.
Does he come back at the end of the Cell Saga?
Or maybe he's dead and like he like just impregnates her while she's alive, and that's why Goten's like 8 years old.
Because he's just like, First off, dying in Dragon Ball Z is the weirdest thing because it's like, oh, we're just hanging out with King Kai.
It's meaningless. They come back, they just have a halo over their head. But like, so I'm pretty sure during the Cell Saga, Chi-Chi was pregnant with Goten, but it was like it's a retcon, right? So then in the future, after the time jump, Goten's like a kid.
Yeah.
But I think Goku's still technically dead. Okay. Because Goku
also dies in like the 3rd episode.
Yeah, but he gets brought back because of the Dragon Balls.
Yeah.
So, but he can't get brought back more than once. But then anyway, he comes in heaven at one point. He like has to fight Cell. It's like a filler episode.
I thought it was hell.
No, he has to go down to hell.
Oh, okay.
And at one point, he has to fight Cell and Frieza, who are just like locked up in cells. It's just a way of proving that like Goku continually gets stronger. That now like Cell's not a problem for him, and Frieza's not a problem for him. But
didn't hell stand for something like funny, like something eternal losers or something?
Yeah.
I
don't know. Anyway,
Dragon Ball's silly.
Dragon Ball is very silly. Everyone in the chat's talking about it.
It's also like the most well-known like anime manga like
of all
period.
Time.
Yeah.
The original costume.
We read that.
Oh yeah.
That's Batman.
A fun fact: Toriyama was planning on making Gohan the main character for the Buu saga. I mean, he has this whole side plot where like he goes and he trains with one of the like Kais. So you know King Kai.
I thought you were gonna say Hercule.
No, you know King Kai. There's a whole I'm just like unlocking memories. There's a whole hierarchy of them.
Oh, okay.
There's some in a level above them, and he goes and he trains with one of them.
Okay.
And he learns to like get really strong without going Super Saiyan. And that's like interesting for a few episodes.
You watch all this in high school, I assume?
Yeah. It's interesting for a few episodes, but like it's not a big deal.
Okay.
Goku was dead, but then he up until they fused into Vegito.
So does the fusion bring Goku back to life?
That's a good question. HFLIL.
Oh, Home for Infinite Losers. Okay.
Supreme Kai and Elder Kai. Yeah, there's like different hierarchies of Kais. And like King Kai is actually a lower hierarchy in the chain of command.
Okay.
Highly recommend watching.
Yeah, I feel like I missed a lot by not watching the
Buu
Saga.
Totally not Mark's video for DBZ review. Mystic Gohan is what they call him.
Huh.
Doesn't he end up like
oh, Blake's here.
At the end of the day, like he just like fights one of the Boos for a little bit. It's not a big deal. I don't know.
Because I know there's Kid Buu, like Majin Buu, Fat Buu.
He's fat for a minute, but like the Fat Buu is like the original Buu.
Wasn't one of them good though?
The Fat Boo's good.
Okay.
But like apparently something evil. I'm gonna say this all wrong. But like there's an evil version of Buu who like takes over his like mind or whatever. And so like the Fat Boo's the good Buu. And then he obviously evolves like all the characters have to do. Right,
yeah.
So he evolves into like a regular looking Buu, but that's like the most evil version of him.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that's Majin Buu.
Someone like eats. No, I think the Fat Buu is Majin Buu. They're all Majin Buu.
Oh, okay.
His official name is Majin Buu, but like they distinguish them by fat, adult, and kid. I think.
Like how we had like cell, imperfect cell, and perfect cell.
Right.
Yeah.
And then So like the adult looking Buu is like the most evil one, and then like someone, I'm trying to remember this, he like eats himself or something. So eats
himself?
Yeah, so like the Fat Buu is in his stomach somewhere. He also eats someone else. It's like
we're not talking about Cell?
No, it's like a Kirby situation where like he like eats them, because at one point he does eat someone and then gain his powers. And then he looks different.
It's literally what Cell does.
No, it's a Kirby situation.
But Cell
someone help me out here.
Cell absorbed people and got their like, I guess not their powers, but like their strength.
No, but he was designed to do that, and it was only androids.
It only worked.
Because Cell was the ultimate android.
Because the Budokai game had like a what if he absorbed Krillin, and then he turns tiny and weak and orange. Oh, poor Krillin.
Spider-Man said he's going to explain DBZ in the Discord later.
Okay.
Okay,
we're getting way off track.
Super Buu. Yeah, I know. Super Buu. This is all for the outtakes, guys. Super Buu absorbs Gotenks and Piccolo and becomes finally Gohan. At one point, he's got a bunch of people in his belly or something.
And they're just like, let us out.
They eventually get out, and somehow he transforms into Kid Buu. And for whatever reason, Kid Buu, the younger version of adult looking Boo is the strongest one, and that's the one they finally beat in the finale.
Okay.
That I didn't watch.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of this. What the hell just fell down? Oh, that was a rubber band.
Oh yeah, I got some rubber bands around there. I don't know. I'm just not that into the new stuff. I will say though, like
Dragon Ball GT sucked.
yeah, sure.
It's also not canon.
I didn't watch any of that either. I will say though, like the most interesting Dragon Ball stuff is just like Dragon Ball, the original series.
I think
in my
so, too.
opinion. Like because it's not like overburdened with like power levels and like who can beat
It's
up
like
who in a fight.
it's like a fun adventure
It's-
with
yeah.
some inappropriate moments
yeah, it's just like a fun adventure
with
and
boobs and
and I think that's hilarious.
Yeah. And the biggest bad guy was what, the Red Ribbon Army? That was it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Giro.
Dr. Zero. Yeah,
Yeah.
who then they end up bringing back in the Cell Saga.
Yeah.
Anyway, GT had good concepts before. Super Saiyan 4 did look really cool, and I kind of don't like.
I think so too.
In Super Saiyan, sorry.
I like how they look more ape-like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought that was like kind of like the ultimate form. I thought it was neat, but like in Super, it's just like, oh, their hairs turned blue, and now they turn gray, and now they turn red. It's like that's not interesting. You know what I mean? You're just doing all the colors of the rainbow at this point.
Yeah.
So like, well, they're stronger, and now they're stronger, and now they're stronger. It's like, okay.
That's an anime issue. Long-running anime in general will have that
Yeah.
problem.
I get-
Naruto does
yeah.
it too. I'm sure One Piece does it, but I
It's just
haven't
like-
watched One Piece. So.
Anyway. All right, let's get going.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Deadpool 2.
Deadpool 2.
Why is Blake timed
Hey,
out?
stop timing out. No. We will revoke your mod.
What did he even say? Can we even see it? Or did he just do it just cuz?
Blake did nothing wrong. What did he say?
Eat my shorts, Philly.
Oh my god. That's the cleanest thing he could have said.
Yeah, knowing Blake,
Philly-
that's pretty clean.
Wait,
Does
what?
that? I think that.
I think
means
Philly undid it.
he retired it.
Yeah, retired the expulsion temporarily. My-
Spanish is so weird.
My shit's in Spanish, so I think he undid it.
Hi,
Again-
Blake. I hope your recording with Garrett went well. I hope
Oh,
Sable
we're
didn't
told-
distract you guys too much.
No scrap it for GT. Oh, that's interesting. Zach the Fat Man says, again, totally not. Mark explains this better than I can. Basically, the animators had episodes 1 through 10 in the can. Then we're told, no, scrap it for GT. So they were going to go in a different direction anyway.
Oh, interesting.
Mom, Dad, Philly, Blake are fighting. Anyway, let's get going. Plot. In his apartment, a distraught Deadpool winds up a music box that looks like Logan's death in the movie Logan, which plays All Out of Love. I'm all out of love.
I'm
so lost without you. I can. Anyway, he mopes around his apartment and attempts suicide by blowing himself up while lying on barrels of gasoline. His voiceover curses Wolverine for copying him with the R rating and then going above and beyond by dying, and promises that he's dying in this one too.
It's very dark, but it's also like a fun start to the movie.
So like my biggest problem with this movie is it seems like it retreads too much of the first one. And I feel like this is just right off the bat. It's like doing the exact same thing as the first one. Where it's like, hey, I'm talking about the movie and I'm talking about how it's going to end. And also we're starting in the middle and we're going to rewind and we're going to catch back to this point.
Deadpool and Wolverine did it too.
Huh. I guess you're right.
I think that's just a running thing in these movies.
Okay, so I'm going to change my thing. So much of this movie retreads the first movie, but like makes it like a recurring thing, and some of it I enjoy and some of it I don't. Let's put it that way.
You're conflicted?
I am conflicted.
Okay.
Though
I might have liked this one more than you did.
overall I do like this movie and I do think it's good.
Okay.
But there's too many times where I'm like, okay, you're just doing that because the first movie did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
And for whatever reason, I find this to be the least memorable of all three movies.
I find the first one the least memorable, honestly.
I could recite that movie to you. That's how memorable it is. I think it's so good.
Huh. Okay. And I know my opinion's unpopular, but I do think this trilogy incrementally gets better, at least for me.
Oh no, I think the third one's the best one. What's up?
I need to grab the towels in there. Let's wash.
There are no towels
Why?
in there.
Towels. Them bitches need wash.
Okay.
There's no towels in there. I took them.
Bruno always takes my towels. So you saw how clean it is over here?
Yeah.
He did actually say that.
I've been meaning to do that for
Years.
months, almost a year, probably.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
You're welcome. Okay, no,
You coming in?
she wants to pout in here.
She's okay.
Hey, hang out with the boys. You good girl?
She's gonna want to leave in 5 minutes.
Yeah, leave the door cracked.
Oh, okay.
Close the door all the way. 6 weeks prior, and 2 years after the previous.
This way. I didn't want it to just sit out there. Get over it.
Okay. Wouldn't be an episode if Sable's not jumping in, interrupting.
Can't make this shit up.
Philly says hi. Spider Nerd says hi.
Spider Nerd said, "Enjoy your movie if you even end up watching it."
Yeah.
Kind of dumb so far.
What movie are you watching?
Hellfest.
Hellfest. What's that?
Something we've never heard of.
I saw this TikTok.
Well, hold on. Come talk into a microphone if you're gonna say.
Yeah,
it.
here.
I was watching a TikTok of this girl.
In there.
Into it. What are you doing?
In the abyss. I was watching a TikTok of this girl, and she had all these spooky movie recommendations that have good, like, spooky ambiance. And this was the first one she recommended. It's basically like these teenagers are at, like, a Halloween Horror Nights type of deal. And, like, there's a real killer there.
Okay.
Oh.
Acting is ass.
Well, why are you watching? it?
Nice.
Because I don't want something too scary. I want something just kind of fun and light. And honestly, it is, like, kind of just, like, light. But
Let me just watch a Spirit
it's kinda
Halloween movie.
boring. What?
There's a Spirit Halloween movie.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
It took me a minute to. I thought you meant like another Halloween Michael Myers movie.
No.
Wait, it's about the.
The store.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Came out like 2 years ago.
I want to watch it.
Anyway, nobody can hear you because you're not talking to the mic.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to lean in.
Okay.
I
Okay.
didn't want to scream.
Well, you didn't either.
Spider Nerd said Hellfest sounds like a southern festival. It does.
It's like it's supposed to be like Halloween Horror Nights, I guess.
Sounds like a made up festival that would be in an episode of Supernatural.
Oh, I should watch Supernatural.
Please.
Actually, I might. If this goes downhill from
Please.
here, Kaya, you coming with me? You gonna hang out with the boys? She's so worried. All right, she'll hang out with you guys.
Okay, bye.
All right.
6 weeks prior and 2 years after the previous film, Deadpool is an accomplished globe-trotting killer of organized crime, but fails to kill one of his targets on his anniversary with his girlfriend, Vanessa. That night, after the pair decide to start a family together, the target tracks Wade down and brings the fight to his home, inadvertently killing Vanessa. Distraught, Wade kills him and unsuccessfully attempts to kill himself.
By getting hit by, it's an ambulance, I think, that hits them.
Is it? It happens so fast.
I think it's an ambulance,
Couldn't
which
really
would
tell.
be really ironic.
The throat. I love the. Didn't want to have to use the cream cheese spreader.
Yeah. No, it goes from like silly to like super serious
Yeah.
very quickly.
I think that's also an issue I have, where it's just like
I like that.
you're meant to just like care about this, but it's like it just happens so fast, and he's still making jokes, and then it gets super dark.
I like that.
I think
It's
okay,
like
that's
it's.
fair.
I'd rather it go from jokey to dark than from like starting off serious and becoming jokey. You know.
Yeah. Okay. And the thing is like I go back and forth. Like my opinion is not like settled in stone or whatever, because I do think that like people that are depressed find a lot of solace and humor,
Yeah.
and like so it and this specifically here, like Deadpool's like very depressed,
Yeah.
and he's still making jokes, he's still doing his thing.
Kind of throughout this whole movie.
Yeah, and the movie itself is doing it,
Yeah.
because the movie goes from like being like super dark to like morbidly funny.
Mhm.
So I'm not totally against that concept, but there are parts where I'm like, I feel like I would have felt more if it had been toned differently.
I think there's only one part of this movie that I don't love, and we'll get to it. It's closer to the end.
Okay.
But I do like the way this movie kind of does that, though. It doesn't quite feel as like whiplashy to me, because I'm like, oh, like I don't know. It doesn't take me out of it like another movie would. Because you know how like people will say like, oh, a lot of Marvel movies like you have the serious moment and oh, let's crack a joke.
Yeah. Right. But this
is kind of done in reverse.
But it's also like Deadpool, so it's like he's
also it's Deadpool. It's gonna be a little silly.
It's like ironic and meta at the same time. So it's like, but do you get away with it? Because in Once Upon a Deadpool, like we talk about the concept of lampshading, where it's like if you make a joke about it being bad, it's no longer bad.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like Fred Savage calls him out on it. Where I don't remember what scene it was.
Doesn't he literally say you're lampshading or something?
No.
Oh.
But it's the part where
lazy writing.
Lazy writing. And so Deadpool literally calls out lazy writing. I don't remember what the scene is.
It's when Cable goes, I only have 2 charges, one to get me here, one to get me back.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
And Fred Savage is like, oh, I see what you did there. You like made a joke about it, lazy writing, but it's lazy writing. Why don't you just like write it better? It's
still lazy writing.
It's still, yeah. And like that's kind of what it is. Like, and so I feel like Deadpool gets away with a lot.
Yeah,
because he cracks a joke about it.
It's just kind of part of his character, though. Yeah,
you know, and like I'm assuming everyone's seen Deadpool and Wolverine at this point, but like in Deadpool and Wolverine, the very first kind of concern when the movie starts is how are you gonna like bring Logan back from the dead without like defacing kind of the ending of Logan. And like Deadpool's like, we're not.
Starts digging up his grave.
Just digs him up and just like completely desecrates his corpse. And it's like, okay, but what did you actually do? Nothing.
While listening to a song that he hates.
Yeah. Like, well, you made a joke about it and it's very funny.
Yeah.
And I love it. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, you get away with a lot by just making a joke about it.
Yeah. But also, like, I do feel like that movie doesn't ruin the ending of Logan one bit.
No.
If anything, by the end of that movie, it kind of makes that ending more powerful.
Yeah, maybe. I agree with you. I'm asking the question, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a question that could be asked, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, some other things in the beginning. All of the montage of him fighting all of the different organized crime syndicates in Japan and whatever, like I think all that's fantastic.
Oh, it's great. And it's like it's just showing like, oh, what was he up to after the first movie? Still just doing his job. But he's just doing it in costume now.
Yeah, but it's really good action.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite scenes in this is when he's hunting down this guy, the guy who ends up killing Vanessa.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like a one shot and he's not graceful at all. He's just kind of like very heavy-footed, chasing people down.
And it's like he's still getting shot and stuff. Like
like he doesn't care. Again, that's Deadpool's thing. Like he survives everything, so he doesn't care.
Right.
And he's like, whatever. He's just like punching, slicing, shooting, grabbing. At one point, he grabs a chainsaw that he finds and just starts chainsawing people down. It's fantastic. It's just a one shot.
Yep.
From like
you got a guy on fire
out.
Running by in slow motion.
And then
Deadpool's like,
shot.
that guy's actually on fire. Like, that's not CGI.
I love that shot. I think that is just perfect.
Which, I guess they actually lit a guy on fire for a joke.
Scott Master Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's the guy they're hunting down, right?
No.
Oh.
That's what he says every time he sees somebody's penis.
Oh, that's right. Because he was abused.
Yes. I think he gets a mention in all 3 movies, actually.
Yeah. Philly says, I don't see why he can't ban Blake every 60 seconds every now and then. He pops and says some slander against me, and he leaves. He's a fake fan.
He's a real fan.
I mean, he may be a fan. He's a real fan.
He listens to our stuff more than the rest of our real-life friends.
That's actually true. Our real-life fans don't give a shit about us. Yeah, he says dad.
Does he? Oh, does he say dad?
When he feels Colossus's big
I thought
penis.
that's when he says Scoutmaster Kevin.
No, he says dad.
Dad. Oh my god.
It's dark. Anyway, the opening credits roll inspired by James Bond films to the original song Ashes by Celine Dion. A film produced by did you just kill her? Presented by what the fuck? Production designer She was everyone's favorite character. Film editors, good luck bringing me back, fuckheads. Starring obviously Ryan Reynolds didn't want to share the spotlights. Writers, I blame the writers. Real heroes, my ass. Cinematography, somebody who would literally film anything, and directed by one of the guys who killed the dog in John Wick. So yeah, the director was the director from John Wick. That's the joke.
Hell yeah.
How do you feel about killing Vanessa right at the beginning? Because she got fridged.
She did.
According to Fred Savage.
I do think for this movie it does work.
So, were we recording when I talked about this? About how, like, the Fred Savage scenes... We were recording, right?
Were we? Or were we just talking?
Were we in the kitchen?
Shit, we might have been in the kitchen.
Okay, I was saying the Fred Savage scenes have the benefit of being made after the movie came out. So Fred Savage is literally saying, like, audience complaints about the movie.
Oh, well, you might have been recording.
In the movie.
Okay.
I don't remember. So it's all in real time,
I think that was I think you said it like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. I don't remember anything anymore. So that's a good point that maybe they weren't thinking of at the time. That like fridged her, which is like a term in comic books from like a Green Lantern comic book where like
they killed like his wife or girlfriend. Like her body was literally in the fridge.
They introduce like a character and then they kill her off right away.
To motivate the hero.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they just put her head in the fridge.
Yeah.
Super dark.
Here's the thing though, like Vanessa still plays a role throughout this movie.
She does, yeah. I don't necessarily think it's that. And also like they bring her back, which is like a thing I want to talk about later in the end. But in the present, Wade is still wallowing in self-hatred. He visits Blind Al, where she warns him not to do anything stupid. He rejects this advice, and we're brought back to the beginning of the movie where he attempts suicide by blowing himself up. Entering a space between life and death, Wade sees Vanessa in the aftermath, but can't cross the threshold or get her attention, as his incredible healing abilities keep him alive. Colossus finds his body in the wreckage and brings him to the X-Mansion to recruit him as an X-Men trainee. Wade is left with only a skee ball token, an anniversary gift, as a final memento of Vanessa.
Trainee.
Yeah. Dolly plays in
Oh, yeah, we forgot to talk about during the work montage, the Dolly song. Was it 9 to 5 or... What the hell's the song called? Shit.
I don't remember.
It's when she's singing about basically working 9 to 5.
Okay.
It's a very relatable song.
Okay.
As Dolly Parton does.
Yeah, right. Sorry, I don't know her 120 songs or whatever. Or her 1,000 songs.
She's got a lot of songs.
She claims to have like written over 1,000.
And she's like an awesome person.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
The scene with Blind Al, he gets a bag of Coke.
Next to the cure for blindness. Oh, yeah.
I did see that, actually, yeah.
He just keeps it there.
I like that he does sneak in there.
Yeah.
Also, he has a very nice apartment. I only realized that on this like last watch.
This is the only one where we really get to see his apartment, though.
Well, you see the bed in the kitchen in the first
little
movie,
bit.
and this one you see a little bit more of it. But like, it's a lot of windows in the middle of the city. And I'm like, oh, this is nice.
It's probably expensive.
Yeah, it's probably expensive. It's all that.
I think it's her apartment. He just lives there.
Was it her apartment?
I think it's her apartment.
Well, because as Deadpool, he wasn't living there, but as Wade, he was when they were together.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was.
Oh,
his.
wait. I thought you were talking about Blind Al's apartment.
No. I'm talking about the one on the. Blind Al's apartment sucks. What are you talking about?
Well, you said windows. I'm like, wait, he's talking about where he lives with Vanessa.
Yeah.
That's a nice apartment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anyway.
Oh, the song's called 9 to 5. Okay, I was right the first time.
Recovering at the X-Mansion, Wade reluctantly agrees to join the X-Men because he believes Vanessa would have wanted him to. He, Colossus, and Negasonic Teenage Warhead respond to a standoff between authorities and the unstable young mutant named Russell Collins at an orphanage owned by the Essex Corporation, labeled Mutant Re-Education Center. After realizing that Russell has been abused by the orphanage staff, Wade quickly abandons his new rules and kills one of the staff members before being restrained by Colossus. Both Wade and Russell are arrested, fitted with power-suppressing collars, and are taken to the icebox. an isolated prison for mutant criminals. Meanwhile, Cable, a cybernetic soldier from the future, travels back in time.
Why are you telling us to shush?
Don't worry about it.
All right.
What did you need from? What did?
I'm painting my toenails.
Oh, okay.
I need a little trash nearby.
You're doing a lot of stuff.
I'm doing a lot. I'm doing laundry. I'm doing this. I'm about to make a margarita.
Okay. She comes in here and leaves with a trash can. I'm like, did you really need that though? I feel like you didn't need it.
I think she just wants to come in here.
I think she does too.
At the beginning of all this, when they're at the by the way, bye Zach the Fat Man. Have a good
goodbye.
night.
Thanks for stopping by.
So in the Once Upon a Deadpool cut, there's like an extended scene
In
at
the
the
kitchen?
X-Men.
Yeah.
In the kitchen where Wade
He's-
meets Yukio, right? Or is it right after he meets
So
her?
the scene where he meets Yukio is a little bit different. And then there's a scene after that where there's like a time jump and he's been living in the X Mansion for a few weeks.
I feel
or
like there was
so.
more Yukio in that cut.
Yes, because then there's a whole scene in the kitchen where, so like previously, in the regular cut,
Yeah.
Colossus reading all the rules to be an X-Men.
Yeah.
Rule number 1 is don't kill anybody, and rule number 2 is label your food in the refrigerator.
That's in the theatrical cut.
Right.
Yeah.
So then in this bonus scene that's in Once Upon a Deadpool in the kitchen,
And I think it's in the extended
probably
the super duper extended version also.
he's going on about how you should label your food with Velcro instead of tape because it's more sanitary and it's reusable and
Yeah, it
blah,
doesn't
blah,
leave
blah.
residue and stuff.
Yeah. So and he's kind of like a changed man, so to say.
Yeah.
And then there's a joke there about a soap dispenser that won't come out, right? And like Colossus can't get the soap out,
And then Deadpool's like, "Oh yeah, I just filled it up. You just got to give it a few more pumps."
right? And so that ties into a few scenes later that is in the theatrical cut, where he's like, "I made love to a soap dispenser," and Colossus is like feeling his hands like, "Oh no," because he's been washing his hands with that soap. This works better because you get the setup to the joke,
Yeah.
but like at the same time, like that whole scene was cut and then I guess re-edited and put into Once Upon a Deadpool.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is one of those situations where like you could watch all 3 of these cuts and like have a different experience, I guess.
Yeah, and it's like because I watched all 3 of the cuts, I'm now just like, "Oh god, what version of the movie was that in?"
It gets confusing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like as I was watching,
Cuz some scenes are like it's mostly dialogue that's different, but like they're different.
right.
Yeah.
And like Once Upon a Deadpool, like now that I watched that like not back to back. I watched it like 6 weeks apart, right? So it's like I didn't have it. Like if you watch them back to back, you'll pick out all the differences.
Right.
And in this, I was like, oh shit, like is that different? Is this new? Like did they
It's
change
like that
this?
sounds like it's different. Yeah.
Yeah, like I've seen this movie enough times to like be able to pick it apart, like
Yeah.
pick out what's different or whatever. But like, it's interesting. It's an interesting experiment, like I said.
Yeah.
But anyway, what else? Oh, and then there's the cut to the X-Men
Oh.
in this. It's a funny joke.
Which I guess that was done because I guess at the time they were filming
Apocalypse, I
Apocalypse.
think. Yeah.
and they were just like there.
Right. Like they could just film that one shot.
Yeah, they were probably filming on like the same, not the same sets, but like the same backlots and stuff.
Maybe. Yeah.
And it was
I don't
like, they're like, "Oh yeah, look, let's get, hey, you want to come do a quick 5-minute
Yeah.
shoot?"
I think a lot of these movies were filmed in Canada, honestly.
Oh, okay.
So I actually don't know that, but
Huh. Oh yeah, and we didn't talk at all about the what happened at the, what the hell is it? The home for,
oh,
we didn't talk about any of that.
Mutant Re-Education
Yeah.
Center.
So
Yeah.
we're introduced to Russell.
Russell. So are these?
You don't like
characters-
him.
He annoys me a lot. I don't know why you like him.
I didn't at first.
I see the point of
When
his
I saw
character.
the
Don't get me
movie-
wrong. Like it's not. I don't want him in the movie. I see why he's there. I
Right.
get it. The themes in this movie are like fatherhood and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
fine, but I can't say I love him.
He grew on me because I didn't like him the first time I saw the movie, and then Watching the movie for this podcast was actually the second time I saw it
Mm.
because I hadn't seen it again. I hadn't seen it since theaters.
I think
And
same one.
And then I ended up watching it 3 fucking times for this podcast because I watched all 3 cuts. And then, what's up?
I just poured all this ice. Look at this, like, opaque one.
What's wrong?
Why would it do that?
It was just frozen weird. It's not
It's-
poison. You can throw it away though.
Look how
What do you think
weird.
this is? Agent Cody Banks?
Probably.
So baby,
That.
I
It's
know.
all thick.
I know, baby. It has to do with like so like this ice cube was frozen in a different batch than the other ones. That's all. Because it has to do with how quickly the ice is frozen. The crystals sometimes will line up, and sometimes they don't. And when they don't line up, then they become more opaque. And when they line up, they're more translucent.
It's just how it froze.
Yeah,
You're fine.
it's fine.
Dear God, if I
You could.
find me passed out on the ground out there.
No, see, like if
It'll-
if there's something wrong with the water, you won't be able to visibly tell.
Yeah.
That was fucked either way.
Yeah,
That makes it scarier.
Yeah.
I
what?
mean, yeah, like that's just that's
Found the hat.
that's just that's
Bon
just the
appetit.
conditions under which it was frozen.
It's
That's
just
all.
weird there's only one like that.
Right,
Maybe
it was
there's more
it was
than
frozen in a different batch and then mixed in with the rest.
that. Whoa, ice fun facts on the street.
Ice fun
Ice,
facts.
Fun facts about ice.
Okay.
Alright,
Anyway,
I promise that's all
I
I
don't
don't
believe
believe
you
you.
at all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. She swears she's not coming back. She had, if it wasn't clear for you guys, she made a cocktail and she
Well,
had
the
a bunch of
ice wasn't
cubes.
clear.
Yeah, she had one ice cube that was very like white, and all the other ones were more translucent.
She was convinced it was poison.
and she was like, "What's up with this?" So anyway,
oh,
what were you
man.
saying?
I don't remember.
Great,
We were talking about.
Russell. We're talking
Oh,
about
Russell. Oh yeah, because so the first time I watched this movie, I did not like Russell. When I watched it the second time, I'm like, you know what? He's kind of growing on me. Kind of like how he grew on Wade throughout the movie, I guess.
I guess that's kind of the point, though. He's like,
Yeah.
he should be annoying. He should be a little piece of shit.
Yeah,
right?
and he is kind of a piece of shit, but he does some really funny shit in this movie too. The little mime move he does, I
That's
love
funny.
that. I fucking love that.
I just,
And he's like,
he just seems
legs,
like a shittier, younger version of you, I guess. Like, just,
just doing stupid
but like
shit.
very angry, but like also he's like has a sense of humor.
Yeah. Because like, what does he have that I don't have? And don't say legs. And he just goes,
Legs.
and then mimes himself. We'll get to it again, but that just cracks me up.
I guess. I don't know. He just annoyed
And he
me.
just
a lot.
always has that little shank that he keeps in his asshole. His prison wallet, sorry. And he just really wants to be a gangster.
He does, yeah. He does. Wade and Russell acclimate to the icebox. That's a prison, by the way, for mutants. With Russell trying to take down the second biggest guy in there, Black Tom. So we talked about him for briefly. It's Black Tom Cassidy.
And Deadpool is White Wade Wilson.
Right, yeah. It's not a great name. I can't, apparently, like his backstory is like he was like the black sheep of the family.
Right.
That's where he gets
It's
that name
just-
from.
The name doesn't translate super
Right,
well.
yeah. He's just like a white guy.
It's like, ooh, what's your power? Cultural appropriation?
With Wade's healing powers suppressed, his cancer slowly takes over his body and will kill him soon. He refuses to befriend Russell and suggests he makes friends with the inmates. Cable storms the icebox to attack Russell. Wade, attempting to fight Cable without his powers to protect Russell, but Wade attempts to fight. I don't know why I put a comma there. That's
Wade
what fucked me up. Yeah.
attempts to
Wade attempts to fight Cable without his powers to protect Russell, but his collar breaks off in the ensuing chaos. Fully powered, they continue to fight and Cable wins, takes Vanessa's token, and Wade knocks both himself and Cable out of the prison, but not before Russell overhears Wade denying their friendship or that he cares for him at all. Near death again, Wade sees Vanessa again. This is why this is hard to do.
Wade has C's.
Okay. Near death again, Wade sees Vanessa. It's two against. Near death one more time. Wade sees Vanessa again, who convinces him to help Russell in lieu of the children they would have had together. Afterwards, Russell takes Wade's advice and befriends the actual biggest guy in the icebox, a man so powerful he's kept in a separate, isolated cell.
And they come up with a secret knock.
Foreshadowing.
Do, 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 do. Do, do.
I had a moment where when Deadpool looks at the camera and he's like, foreshadowing. I was like, oh, that is foreshadowing. Because we're so accustomed to foreshadowing that we don't realize it. We're so sutured in that we don't realize it when it happens right in front of us. And I think that's fascinating. Because sometimes it's like there was God, what movie was I watching? Oh, it was Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. In that movie, at one point, someone drops a knife, and the camera stares at it. Like the camera like zooms in, cuts to the knife on the floor, and I had a moment where I was like,
"Is that foreshadowing? Or is that Chekhov's gun?"
That's foreshadowing, because I had a moment where I was like, "Oh, someone's gonna pick up that knife later," but like the normal person just watching doesn't think about that. But then when the knife gets picked up, they're like, "Oh yeah, that got dropped."
Right?
You know?
Yeah,
it's like a
foreshadowing supposed to be like not super obvious, but like
it's just like it's a necessary tool so that the audience remembers that plot device was there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So or whatever. So like, if you didn't show that knife falling, if they just picked up a knife,
where
that
knife
come from? Exactly.
Yeah.
But the fact that they put any camera time on it lets you know that it's important. But like, if you're just watching a movie and you're fully like immersed in it, you don't realize these things.
Yeah, you're just like, oh shit, he dropped the knife.
Yeah,
and then that's it.
Like, I think the first time I saw this movie, I was still surprised by Juggernaut.
I remember thinking like, oh, I wonder who that is. And I'm like, I remember thinking, I hope it's Juggernaut.
Right. Even though like,
but thinking back, it's like, who the fuck else would it be?
Yeah. And like Wade's like, this is foreshadowing. Like, pay attention. Like, we're gonna see this big guy. I don't know. It's just interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
I also thought it was interesting that when Cable gets there, you're made to think that he's going after Wade in the same way that Wade thinks he's coming after him, but really he's
like,
going
hello,
after
Russell.
Yeah, that was fun.
Also, if Wade's collar didn't break when he hit the table, he'd be dead, right?
I don't know if you noticed his
like folded in half.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But before that, I don't know if you noticed like his makeup gets incrementally like grosser.
Because he's like more and more
like
sick.
Yeah, he's like dying.
Yeah.
At one point, like he's like kind of brown. Like
yeah.
He's got like spots all over his face and shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good.
It's
makeup.
really well done, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a detail that I don't think a lot of people like would just notice or think about.
Right. What do you think about these like trips to heaven that he keeps taking?
I like them.
I think they're good.
And it's a good way to keep Vanessa in the movie too and playing an active role in it.
Well, it's also like, I guess the whole theme of this movie is like not just follow her, but like kind of the meaning of life.
Yeah.
Right. And like, because he keeps wanting to die to join Vanessa, and Vanessa's like, no,
it's not time yet.
And like,
it's like you still have shit you got to do.
Right. But that's a character like Deadpool is one of the few characters you can do this with.
Yeah.
Because he can almost die, but not quite die.
And the comics play into that a lot too. I think in the comics, actually, like Lady Death is actually like obsessed with Deadpool because he can't die.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah. Which is funny because Thanos is obsessed with Lady Death.
Yeah.
In the comics. I wonder if there's like a weird love triangle with that. Huh.
Well, I like, and I'm bringing back Once Upon a Deadpool, that Fred Savage calls out like, hey, like when you get ripped in half, this happens later. Like, does your lower half grow? Like, if you want me to like be invested in this story, like I need to know these rules, you know?
Yeah. So it's like, are there two of you now? Does it? And then Deadpool's like, I don't know.
I think the official comic book canon is like it's where the head is.
And that makes the most sense to me anyway.
Those legs are just going to rot off, basically. Yeah. They're going to decompose.
It's like just a dead part of his body. Like when a lizard loses its tail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the brain.
And everybody should be a lizard.
That's true. We should all just be lizards. Wade and Weasel decide to organize a team called the X-Force to free Russell from a prison transfer convoy and protect him from Cable. After interviewing... So, like, just real quick, because this paragraph doesn't touch up on it. It's because when he goes up to heaven, almost one more time, and almost crosses the threshold to talk to Vanessa. Vanessa's like preaching to him that like about what did she say? It's about the kid.
Like
that children show us something about the best version of us, or blah 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 blah.
They make us a better version, our best versions of ourselves, or something like that.
Yeah,
yeah.
Which tells him like, oh, the key is
Russell.
I got to take care of this kid.
Yeah.
And then I'll be a better person, and somehow I'll be able to cross over into death.
He's still kind of doing it for selfish reasons, but I think towards the end of the movie, he genuinely cares about Russell.
Right.
Yeah.
After interviewing many candidates, Weasel and Wade decide on Bedlam, Zeitgeist, Vanisher, Shatterstar, Domino, and Peter, but pass on Dopinder, who has made it his life goal to become a contract killer like Mr. Poole. Shortly after, Weasel is kidnapped by Cable, and he tells him all the details of their plan.
So this entire segment of the movie I love.
It's funny, yeah.
The interviews are fantastic. It's a great, like, some great celebrity cameos here.
Terry Crews.
Terry Crews is Bedlam. The Pennywise, the Skarsgård guy.
One of the many Skarsgårds is in it.
The new Crow.
Is he the Crow?
He's the new Crow.
Oh, okay.
Yikes. But it's just so funny.
Brad Pitt. We don't see him till later.
Right, but I love it. It's like, oh, Vanisher. And it's like Vanisher.
He's not
Vanisher. It's like he's not here, is he? And then Weasel's like, he might be running late. And it's just like he could have been there.
They never know where he is.
And it's just like these are all like real comic book characters too, just describing their ridiculous powers too.
That's always fun.
And their dumb names too, like Zeitgeist. It's like, oh, so it's like, what's your power? You got your finger on the pulse of society. He's like, oh no, I have acid spit.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh, okay. Why is his name Zeitgeist?
Shatterstar is the alien
from Mojo World,
which I thought was funny because I didn't remember that last time.
Mojo World is a thing in the X-Men comics.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's another planet in the comics or like another dimension though. Somebody in the chat might be able to clarify that, but Mojo is like a character and part of X-Men comics, and he has like his own world and stuff.
Interesting. I love that Shatterstar is the only one that comes back
for the next movie. Oh, and
sorry, in Deadpool and Wolverine and Peter.
But especially since it seems like Deadpool didn't really like Shatterstar.
And Dopinder. Dopinder's back.
Dopinder was in the first one though.
Yeah, he calls him something.
Yeah, but Shatterstar was the main character in the new Mortal Kombat movie. That's who he was played by.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Is he? He's not Luke Cage.
He's not Liu Kang. No.
Liu Kang.
He's an original character, which people are kind of mixed on him because they're like, why do you make an original character from Mortal Kombat?
So many characters.
There's already so many. Yeah. I actually like that movie. I don't think you've seen it yet.
I haven't seen it.
I think we should do Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 for our list as well because there are comics. There's entire comic series.
All right. Yeah. Is it all at once or the video game came out first, right?
The video game came out first, but the comic was out like a year or two later.
Gotcha.
But yeah, these characters are great. I love how pissed off Dopinder is when Peter gets picked.
Dopinder in general is just so great.
Peter's like, oh, I saw the ad. I thought it'd be fun. They're like, you're in.
Right,
Dopinder's just like, fuck.
He's trying so hard.
Philly, I disagree. I mean, that is the best part, but I don't think the movie's bad by any means.
That's the only part I saw.
The beginning of the movie is just really fucking good.
Yeah, I just saw that part with Scorpion.
That part was really fucking badass.
Yeah. The team launches its assault on the convoy by parachute, despite a wind advisory in effect. So all members die during the landing except for Wade and Domino, whose main superpower seems to be pure luck. When Cable attacks the moving convoy, Russell frees himself and his newfound friend, the Juggernaut, who agrees to help him kill the abusive orphanage headmaster. Juggernaut destroys the convoy, rips Wade in half, and escapes with Russell. So that was a really quick read, but like this is an excellent
sequence of events.
Action sequence, yeah.
Yeah, starting with the X-Force.
All of them dying one by one. It's fucking hilarious. This is when we
Just
see
the
Brad
way
Pitt.
it happens too.
Also, again, Fred Savage he's the audience. He's responding in ways that they knew after the fact the audience would respond. And the Brad
You
Pitt
got Brad
reveal.
Pitt?
It's like, yeah, you got Brad Pitt. And he's like, oh yeah, he's in our on our basement with Matt Damon and something.
He's like, Matt Damon?
Matt Damon. Yeah, because like me, I didn't recognize Matt Damon from the beginning of the movie
Oh,
when he plays one of the two rednecks,
yeah.
along with what's his face.
When they're just talking about like wiping with like a wet
Yeah,
wipe.
yeah. That's Matt Damon in a fat suit. It's Matt Damon and
It's another big actor.
he's in A Knight's Tale. He's in Star Wars. He's
Oh.
in Moana.
Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk. Yeah.
Yes, they both are unrecognizable here.
Alan Tudyk you can recognize. but
Kind of.
Not Matt Damon at all.
It's hilarious. But yeah, X-Force getting absolutely wiped out because of high winds
Yeah, that's
that
great.
they ignored.
So
And Peter even brings it up.
who could have seen this coming? We all knew about this. We talked about it on
Everybody
the
on the plane and everybody not on the plane.
plane. Yeah.
And she's like, they're all dead. He's like, only the main ones. We're fine.
Zeitgeist falling in the wood chipper was the best one, I think.
God, and then just throwing up on Peter
Yeah.
and killing him too. We're X-Force.
Deadpool's just like, oh shit. And he just gets on, he steals the Vesper and just, the Vespa.
Underrated line from Peter on the plane where he's just, I don't know who this Cable is, but I bet you he hasn't killed as many people as Melanoma has, as he's putting sunscreen on.
Agree. I love that line.
And he says it so seriously too.
Also, when they jump onto the plane, that's an Iron Man 2 reference.
Yeah.
Because AC/DC starts playing.
Yep.
I thought that was really good. I think that's a good scene, all in all.
Yep.
The convoy chase sequence is fantastic.
I love how it actually shows Domino's superpower.
So good. It's so fucking good because it's like, yeah, you as, again, it's a little bit of lampshading. You as the viewer are like, what do you mean her power is luck? And it's like, well, let me show you.
Let's show you.
Like,
all
she's
these
just lucky.
Crazy things are happening just around her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she wants to, like, get Cable off the train. Well, she just knows to, like, throw a oxygen tank behind her and shoot in some direction. And it'll just...
She hits it causes, like, a chain reaction.
The bullets will ricochet in just the perfect way.
Yep.
Hits the tank flies off and knocks him off the train.
Hell yeah.
You know, that's good shit. Also later when they like collapse on the bridge and she just lands on an inflatable like.
Yep. And she knows it's gonna happen
bear.
too. She's just like, all right.
She's chill about it. Yeah, she's not worried at all. Also, like the wind advisory affected everybody but her. Like the wind blew her right on top of the convoy.
Yep. Because even Deadpool got hit by that. I love when he looks up and you see everybody in the parachutes. I don't know who it is, but one person is just like doing flips in their parachute. Oh my god. It's all of this is so good. All like Juggernaut approaching Deadpool and Deadpool like fangirling about it, and then he just rips him in half.
Also, Deadpool does the X-Men Origins Wolverine sword
Yep.
thing.
But all the bullets hit him.
Yeah, because it's stupid.
Yeah. And he says different things in different cuts. So in the theatrical version, he just goes, "Ow."
Oh, really?
But like in the
Once Upon a Deadpool, he goes.
He had
"The
an
bullets
actual
are moving
line.
really fast." Or
Yeah.
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
But in the other version,
That's
he
better.
just says, "Ow."
Well, if he's not saying fuck, then what's the point? Like, they should all just be the same, right?
I don't think he says fuck in any of them.
That's
though.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
I don't. That's why it's like
Huh.
it's so weird that the cuts are so different.
I think it's funny that they recreated that and just point out again. We talked about that in that episode a lot. It was like that's not good action. It's just like
Yeah.
it's fancy and whatever, but like, is it plausible?
I like how
Is
he does literally stop one of the bullets and that's it.
the first one.
The rest just
He stops a couple more because as he's doing it, you can see a couple like spark
It's like-
out and
like
ricochet.
that'll happen naturally.
yeah,
But
but then he's also riddled in bullet holes afterwards.
oh, and Cable killed Black Tom.
Yay!
So now Cable's a racist for the rest of the movie.
Oh, that's how he deemed him a racist.
You killed Black Tom, you racist.
I should have worn my white pants. Was a
Yes.
great
It
callback.
was a good line.
Also,
he starts reciting where Juggernaut like first debuted too.
yeah.
I don't remember what comic, but like he literally says that, and he's like going like this while he's talking.
I Should Have Worn My White Pants was also in Once Upon a Deadpool, the PG-13 cut, along with the other cum joke, and that's 2 cum jokes.
But they didn't say fuck, so it's fine.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That is in the PG-13 cut. Anyway. While Wade regrows his lower half, Cable appears to offer to work together with him and Domino to stop Russell from killing the headmaster.
You remind me of my wife.
That was actually kind of funny. As this is the pivotal event that leads Russell to becoming a serial killer in the future, who eventually will murder Cable's wife and daughter. Wade, flashing his baby legs and genitals, accepts the offer on the condition that Cable gives him a chance to talk to Russell, believing that his path is not set in stone and can be swayed for good.
It's his basic instinct. Weasel has some really good lines in this movie.
Does he say that? I don't remember that line.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Also, we forgot when he's being interrogated by Cable.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes like,
I'll be honest, that's exactly what I would do. I'm
going to bend something that's not meant to bend. He's like, all right, hang on. I'm not going to make it past step 1. Yeah. I'm a baby when it comes to pain. I stubbed my toe. I'm done for the day.
Let me stop you right there. I'm going to tell you everything you need to know. And then when he comes back in that scene, he's
I didn't tell him anything except everything he wanted to know.
He's like cocking the gun. He's like...
And then,
he's like, you all will stop him.
He's like, I'll tell you everything you want to know, except where they're going. Cable just goes like, and he tells them exactly where they're at.
Philly, good night. It was good to see you.
Yeah.
Have fun at work or whatever you're doing tomorrow.
Whatever you're doing.
Gonna rip you in half now. That's such a
that's such a you thing
to say.
If you're gonna go after them, I gotta warn you, Cable. There's a wind advisory in effect.
Oh, yeah.
I get a scared boner. I have one now. Don't look at it. It'll only make it worse. Yep.
When did he say that?
When
Was that
Cable's,
a Weasel thing?
Huh?
Did Weasel say that?
Yeah, Weasel said that to Cable.
That
he
wasn't
like he gets nervous boners or something like that. And
no, that wasn't in the cut I just watched. So
don't look at it; it'll only make it worse.
That's the thing. Like, I don't remember any of like the raunchy jokes because I just saw the Once Upon a Deadpool just now.
Honestly, like T.J. Miller sucks, but some of this stuff is
funny.
gold.
Oh,
yeah,
he's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I need to go back because I wasn't paying. This is so gross. I was about to say I need to go back and watch the baby penis scenes because I wasn't really paying attention to them when I watched it the first time. You said they're completely censored on Disney Plus anyway.
I think you get like a glimpse of it at the very end of Disney Plus, but like I remember in theaters like seeing it.
Well, you said the same thing with the first Deadpool. Where like you watched it on Disney Plus, I watched it on DVD,
and he absolutely hangs dong in that one thing.
Yep, you definitely see it.
You don't see it in Disney Plus,
exactly. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying like, I want to go back and blah blah blah.
But compare them.
In the Once Upon a Deadpool, it's pixelated,
which is funny.
It's funny, so funny.
Yeah.
Like it's almost better that way, honestly.
But yeah, no, he does the thing, and then Weasel literally says like it's his basic instinct, because like Cable like. He like recoils, so he's like, ugh.
Yeah. All right, I need to pee.
Okay.
And get some water. So I'm gonna take a quick break. 5 minutes.
Chug my drink.
We'll be right back. Sorry guys. We were actually talking about Harry Potter real quick.
We're talking about Quidditch.
We were talking about Quidditch.
Because the new video game came out.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're talking about how like the seeker's like not that important because 150 points is too many, and if it was like 50 points, it'd be better because then you could like conceivably form a strategy about like, are we up by more than 50 points or down by, less than that, and do you have to catch a snitch, or should you look for the snitch but not project that you're looking for the snitch and not catch it because then you'll lose the game.
Basically, Quidditch is cool, but it's kind of dumb.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's interesting. I just think that the point threshold should have been lower. That's all.
Well,
yeah. And then we were talking about how, like, in one part of the book, they do reference a, famous match where the team caught the snitch and then lost because they hadn't, they didn't know that they were.
Was it Victor Crumb that lost?
I don't know if it was him or if it was like
Wait, what team did he play for? Bulgaria?
He played for Bulgaria, yeah, because he was a professional.
He was in the World Cup, that's right.
Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
Wade Wilson.
Really buff. Here? Yeah. At the orphanage, Deadpool, Cable, and Domino are easily overpowered by Juggernaut while Russell pursues the headmaster. Colossus, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and her new girlfriend Yukio arrive, having initially refused to help due to Wade's murderous ways. And Colossus fights Juggernaut. Deadpool fights the orderlies while chasing Russell, and Domino uses her luck to evacuate the orphanage of its children. By the end of the fight, Domino fails to placate Russell. Deadpool. By the end of the fight, Deadpool fails to placate Russell, forcing Cable to take his last shot at Russell.
I was like, when did Domino
I know.
fight Russell?
I love this scene where she's like, oh, I need a bus. And a bus just crashes in behind her.
Yep.
But like you've seen the bus already get there, so it's not weird.
You also get like kind of like a when she's fighting in that room, you get like a little Rube Goldberg thing of like death.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool. Just like tramples one of the orderlies down.
Yeah, one of them gets like decapitated. All the kids cheer.
I love her. Also, she's hot as fuck in this.
Yeah. No, and honestly, like she's great. I wish she was in Deadpool and Wolverine, but also I don't know where they put her in the movie.
Yeah, she wouldn't fit.
Maybe just standing in the apartment smiling.
Yeah, but I would love to see more of her character. I would love if she comes back.
No, Domino's great.
Yeah. I would rather have her than Cable, I think.
Yeah, I think she's just like a little bit more interesting. Yeah, like slightly.
Spider Nerd says he loves Yukio and Wade's interactions.
So do I.
So funny.
Oh, there was another extended scene was when Deadpool goes to try and convince Colossus to come help him, and he says no. We get a little bit more of like Wade and Yukio, where she goes like, "Hi, Wade," and then he's talking to Colossus, and he stops in the middle of it and he goes, "Oh, hi, Yukio. You said hi, and that was really nice, so I'm gonna say hi."
Yeah. Yukio is so cute. Should be mentioned, and I think we had before that this is literally the same character as the Yukio from the Wolverine.
Right, but it's like I guess like timeline shenanigans.
Yeah,
but
very different version.
This one's more fun to watch on screen.
I guess that one was more of a character, right?
The other one was more of a character, but she was very serious.
Yeah, it's a very serious business she was in.
True. This one's more like I like fun interactions, and she does get a little badass moment when she attacks Juggernaut.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with her like little rope thing.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool. I like when Colossus shows up to fight Juggernaut. Just makes sense.
I like the music that plays.
I do too. Is that when the choir comes in?
Yep.
And they're like,
holy
"Oh
shit balls!"
Yeah, that was great.
It's really good. And then, I mean, yeah, this is mostly just like CGI action scene. Russell chasing the orderly, the pervert. I like how they keep calling him a pervert.
Oh yeah, and we see Cable's little. He explains sort of his
teddy bear.
Teddy bear. Yep.
Yeah, and then in the. I like how we were calling it the Savage Cut. Somebody called it the Savage Cut earlier in chat. The Once Upon a
one?
Deadpool.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But the joke he makes was like, are you Bear God? It's me, Margaret.
Oh, yeah. Which is like way worse than anything we had heard. Well, he's made that joke before. He's made a "Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret" joke in the first movie.
Yes. But it's like, holy shit, dude.
That's funny. Well, yeah, because it's like a dead daughter. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think that's
it's just kind of mean-spirited.
Yeah, I think that's a worse joke than like anything. That's the thing. Like sometimes you gotta get creative when you can't use the F word. You know?
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, and it's like, it is worse. It really is. Don't get me wrong. It's funny as hell. But it's pretty mean.
Yeah. If you don't know, "Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret" is a book by what's her name? I forgot. It's like this famous kids author, and it's a book about like a 5th grade girl going through puberty and getting her first period.
Yeah,
and it's like very descriptive. It's for little girls. I cannot stress that enough.
Yeah,
I made the crucial mistake when I was a child.
You read it?
I checked that book out of the library for AR points, and I was like,
AR points. Yeah, that's why I read The Secret Garden. That book is so fucking boring.
Yeah, and I thought this is gonna be like her other books. She had this other book series called Beverly something. And it's just like about
Beverly Clary or something.
That might be the author actually.
Oh, I think it is.
Beezus. She has
Ramona and Beezus.
Ramona and Beezus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this kind of like fun little kid fucking story, and they play in the fucking neighborhood. It's like no big deal. And I thought, it's gonna be another book like that. It's not. It's a book about a girl like getting her period and like being terrified of it and all these things. And that's how I learned so much about women.
I mean, hey.
And yeah, at the end, in the long run, it's probably for the best. But at the time, I was like mortified because I was like, and I also thought I was like, oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble for like, because this is a book for girls.
Was your dad like, are you trying to get into family business?
No. No, but I thought I was like, oh man, I'm gonna get either made fun of or in trouble for checking this book out.
Fun of.
Because this is like a girl book, and I'm a boy. What am I doing reading it? But like, I read the whole thing. I read
You couldn't put it down.
It's pretty good. Like, I mean, that's why it's like, we're referring to it today. Like, it's like the book for girls to read, I guess. At that age.
Fun fact: there is an episode of Supernatural called "Are You There, God? It's Me, Dean Winchester."
Oh God. Anyway, good book.
Maybe I should read it.
Probably not.
Maybe I shouldn't.
I think the time.
I feel like as an adult reading it, I'd be like,
that's probably weird. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just find.
I'll read the cliff notes.
Find a yeah. There you go. That's like find a copy online. I was like, no, you'll get put on a list.
Oh my god!
It's a wholesome book. Okay, like,
is it actually wholesome?
I remember being
Does it have
quite
like a
wholesome.
good ending? Does she have like a good relationship with her parents?
I read it over 20 years ago.
Jesus.
Over 25 years ago. Okay, but what I do remember is that it seemed quite wholesome. Like the title is a reference to like her journal keeping, where she starts her journals and she's like, "Are you there, God?" It's almost like a prayer. So like, it's me, Margaret, or maybe she's praying. I don't remember. It's one or the other. And she's like basically like looking for answers for like life's mysteries
and puberty.
Her period.
Did you get a lot of AR points for it?
I don't fucking remember.
Did you get a free?
I just remember.
Did you get a free pizza from Pizza Hut?
Probably. And I just remember like taking the test. Like I wanted nobody to ask, "Hey, what book did you read? What are you doing?" Because you remember you had the book with you.
Right.
Anyway.
I remember the only reason I read The Secret Garden was because it was worth like 50 AR points. I was like, oh my god, that's a lot of points.
You're one of those. You're like, I can just get the whole semester done in one book.
Yeah, and then I hated The Secret Garden.
You know how I did it? I did the opposite. I read a ton of garbage that were worth like 10 points each.
I Spy.
Listen, there were these car books about cars.
Were they like visual?
Mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, very little information.
Cross sections and stuff of cars.
No,
and shit?
they were like
Okay.
legit car books, but it was just kind of like the history of like Porsche,
Oh.
the history of Ferrari.
You didn't read like stuff with stories like
I did.
Artemis Fowl?
No, I did read those books, but then I realized I could game it and just like, do like 3 of these car books a week.
Animorphs.
I did read Animorphs, but
Fuck yeah.
I could do 3 of these car books a week, and like get all my AR points from it, and then not have to fucking read a novel for a long time, and I could play video games instead.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Listen, I know The Secret Garden is like a classic. I don't recommend it.
Anyway, Deadpool tries his last-ditch effort and puts on the power-suppressing collar while leaping in front of the bullet to sacrifice himself. Oh, yeah, because Cable just shot the gun.
Oh, yeah, because he said, fuck this.
Right.
Because things weren't going well for the heroes.
Yeah. Russell's, like, pretty bad.
Yeah.
His sacrifice shows Russell that he can be loved and dissuades him from killing the headmaster. Consequently, Cable's teddy bear he carries, his daughter's favorite toy, turns back to a clean light brown, free of ashes from the explosion that kills her in the future.
Was it also like her blood?
Yeah, that's what he said.
He's like, it's not dirt, it's my daughter's blood.
That's so hardcore.
It is pretty hardcore, actually.
After a few unsure moments, Deadpool finally dies. He returns to Vanessa and is able to cross the threshold into the afterlife, regaining his handsome Ryan Reynolds appearance.
While listening to a very good rendition of Take On Me.
Yeah. Is that by A5?
I have no idea.
I think it might be, actually. I think it's original.
It's
by them.
It's so
It's
good.
it's not a cover.
It's so good.
It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. Vanessa, however, tells him that he's not ready and pushes him back. So what's really happening in the real world is that Cable is going back in time in order to save him, which is keeping him from dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Cable had a change of heart.
Yeah,
He felt something in that moment.
sure did.
And he's not racist anymore.
This is a yeah. This is a really good moment, I think, when he goes up to heaven again and he's finally able to kind of make it through.
It's like it does the thing that all 3 of these movies do, where it's like it becomes like surprisingly like heartwarming.
Yeah.
I think the second and third movie do it better than the first one. The first one has a couple moments, but it's like it doesn't really go too hard in that direction.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think it's super important and maybe one of the kind of like underrated elements of these movies, and one of the reasons why we like the character Deadpool so much is that he's able to be this wholesome character while also being like, this really crass,
but also at the same time, it's like you don't expect it,
and he kills people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred Savage calls that out.
Wait, when is he?
When he's crying, and he's like, it's so like touching, and you don't expect it because of the way the movie is.
Well, he calls it bad. He says the movie's bad.
He said because the movie's so bad.
No, but it's true. It's like you wouldn't be able to get away with just like Ryan Reynolds just making jokes for 2 hours.
And then all of a sudden you're crying.
No, you right. Like, no, you have to like balance that with like some real heart.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Vanessa does. A Spider Nerd said she also tells him not to fuck Colossus.
Oh, does she now?
The
regular cut.
Yeah, in the regular cut and the extended cut, she says that.
Okay.
And then he's like, huh? In this one, he goes in the Once Upon a Deadpool. He goes, "Can every day be National
Woman's something?"
Yeah.
Day, which is when he got pegged in the last one. Yeah. Again, this one's like almost dirtier by the implications of the jokes.
Right, but the fact that they're not outright saying it. Yeah.
Well, that's how ratings work. Meanwhile, knowing that his family will never be attacked by Russell in the future, Cable uses his last time travel charge to warp back several minutes, strapping Vanessa's token in front of Wade's heart so he survives the bullet. As Deadpool realizes that this means that Cable is sacrificing his trip to his family, Cable tells him he decided to stay in the present. That makes sense, right? for a while to help improve the world, knowing that his family will be safe in the future.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Afterward, the headmaster is run over and killed by Dopinder, eager to make his glorious entry into the world of mercenaries.
I love when Deadpool says, like, I heard the card coming for like 45 seconds and it took everything to not start laughing. It's and a maybe underrated but a really good bit of acting that Josh Brolin does is when he's like, when you see him like grab the teddy bear and just kind of like stick his face in it like he's like smelling it or something. It's just really good. Yeah. I don't know.
He's kind of like saying goodbye to his family.
Yeah.
But knowing that they're safe.
Right. And he's happy about that. But
yeah.
But he's going to make the sacrifice for Wade because, I don't know. I guess Wade grew on him.
That's funny. In a that's kind of the movie, and then it cuts to credits. I kind of like that it ends abruptly.
Yeah.
It's just like, what else do you have to do? And plus, you're going to put it on in the post-credits scene
I will
anyway.
say, during that sequence, though, is like the one part that I don't totally love in the movie is his like death scene. It goes on just a little bit too long. With the whole like, oh, I'm not actually dead yet. Let me say a few more things.
I mean, it's played for a joke, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because it's like
kind of boring.
The stuff he says is funny, but I'm just like, I think it goes on maybe like 20 seconds too long. And that's my only real complaint, though. Like the rest of this movie, I really do enjoy a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think he plays it for a joke a few times, but I'm like, I don't know.
And that's in character for him, but because it was funny part is like I see the light,
I find it,
and he's like, "Oh, that's the sun. Don't look at that." Yeah. It was funny, but it's like, was it necessary?
Yeah, it goes on for too long.
Yeah, just a little bit too long.
In a mid-credit scene, Negasonic Teenage Warhead and Yukio repair Cable's time travel device for Deadpool. He irresponsibly uses it to save the lives of Vanessa and the X-Force members, as well that we know of Peter, but he saves some of the other ones too.
Clearly, he saves Shatterstar.
Shatterstar's in the next movie.
I'm assuming he saves all of them.
Yeah, why not?
It's his team.
As well as kill both the alternate versions of Deadpool from X-Men Origin Wolverine and actor Ryan Reynolds after he finishes reading the screenplay for Green Lantern.
And in the extended version, we do see him kill baby Hitler.
Well, he tries to. I don't remember if he
goes through with it. But it's like it's kind of a dark scene.
Yeah.
He's gonna Don Cheadle him.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
And in another mid-credit scene, we get Fred Savage and Deadpool talking about mid-credit scenes.
Right, in Once Upon a Deadpool.
And in a post-credit scene, we get Fred Savage finally set free.
Oh, yeah.
And we learn he's been in the bed for 3 days.
Yeah,
and he can't walk.
He's been sleeping that whole time. I thought that whole... We were talking about this, but I thought the whole Nickelback sequence that was in the movie, it's not. It was just for a promo.
Yeah, and it's like they mention Nickelback, but that's it.
But the joke ends up just Deadpool saying, I love Nickelback, and then that's it. Whereas in the promo
is a lot better than the scene.
Yeah, he does the statistics, all the awards, and then they start singing
jamming
together.
Out
yeah.
To, which song is it?
I don't remember.
Never made it as a wise man.
I don't know if
this
that's it.
Is how you remind me.
Yeah, it is, because then the drums come in.
Look up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's not like you to say sorry. Listen, Nickelback's not that bad. Nickelback's not bad at all, actually. Why do we hate Nickelback?
I don't think they're that good at all. And so that's why.
I don't think they're terrible, though. They're fine. Remember, things can be fine.
I mean, I'm not calling. No, you're right. I'm not calling for them to like stop making music.
All right, cancel Nickelback.
I just choose. Yeah, I just choose not to listen to them. So what you should do, just fucking step aside. You know.
You don't like Chad Kroger?
This is how you remind me of what I really am. That's my Chad Kroger.
And they say that a hero can save.
That song's pretty good, actually.
I don't even think that was Nickelback. That was just Chad Kroger.
Oh, is it? solo.
I think he did it with like somebody else.
Let's put it this way. They're like the rock version. They're like the rock version of like a boy band, where it's like, yeah, the songs
You
aren't.
love NSYNC and Backstreet Boys.
That's what I'm saying. Like the songs can be good.
I don't like Rockstar.
But they're
I think
not-
that song sucks.
They're not necessarily overall good music. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Weren't you
It's
the one?
music, but it sucks.
Weren't you today complaining about some NSYNC songs and how like?
I said I forgot how there was some weird beatboxing at the end of Pop.
Exactly.
And it goes on for like 30 seconds.
Exactly.
I'm like, what the fuck is this?
I heard what fucking Backstreet Boys song was it? I listened to it today, and I thought,
Was it The Call?
it's the lyrics are almost emo, but like
Oh.
I was at the dentist. That's what it was, and it was the radio was playing it.
Oh, so it was like one of the
it.
popular ones.
It was semi-popular from the early 2000s. It was
Sing it.
Show me the meaning
Of being lonely. Yep.
That
yep.
one, yeah. Almost emo. But it's like I couldn't tell him like overall.
This is
is it a
there's
good,
something
is it a good
missing in
song?
my heart.
I don't know. Anyway, that's basically what Nickelback is like. Some of the songs are fine, or it might be even good, but the overall package and the execution of it, you're like, No, Rockstar is actually bad.
I don't like Rockstar. I
Yeah,
actively dislike that
it's
song.
actually really bad. It's
Yeah,
awful.
I hate that song, but there are some Nickelback songs I do like.
All the fucking secondary lyrics. Fucking get out of here, man. I hate all that shit.
But that's Deadpool too.
Oh yeah, that's Deadpool. Listen, analysis. Let's get moving because it's kind of late. And we've been here for a minute, but like
Oh, yeah.
I really like this movie. My problem is that like for whatever reason, I don't remember liking it that much. And every time I'm not watching it, I'm like, yeah, it's okay. But as I watch it, I'm like, oh, it's pretty good.
So
actually.
while you're watching it, you're like, I enjoy this, but
But I
when you're
don't
not watching it, you don't.
I don't retain any of that, and I've had that experience with other movies, and it's because it's like it's just not as memorable, is what it is. It's not as memorable as the first one, which in my opinion is excellent and very memorable, and I don't think it's gonna be as memorable long term as the third one either. Deadpool and Wolverine.
Well, the third one's like a huge epic movie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think at the end of the day, it has a lot of great jokes, and it has some good themes, but it also sort of recycles some plot points and jokes from the first one.
That the third movie did too.
I mean, hold on, I made a list actually. Okay, so they bring back some jokes like superhero landing and 4 to 5 moments, and there was another one they brought back too, and I was like, okay, I get it. It's the first movie,
I see him as like just like callbacks. I didn't see it as like, oh, this is so repetitive. It's like when he brought up the 4 or 5 moments, yeah, because Colossus taught him that.
I understand. It's just in the moment I'm like, okay, I don't find it as interesting, I guess.
I like this one better than the first one, honestly.
Oh, you do?
I do. And the first time I watched it, I did not feel that way. It was on my rewatch where I was like, I really like this one more.
But like, would you, to have like a movie on, maybe like in 3 years, like, oh, I'm gonna watch one of these. Are you gonna reach for 1 or 2?
I'm gonna reach for 3, but
All right, well, true. But like, after that,
I'll probably reach for 2. I like 2 more, honestly,
Oh,
just
no,
all around.
I like 1 a lot more.
I think 1's like obviously more important.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. How do you
Yeah.
feel about that? The post-credit scene just brings everybody back to life. It almost undoes the whole movie.
Fine with it,
Yeah.
specifically because it's Deadpool doing it.
Okay, right. If it was any other movie, I'd be like, well, this
Another
is
movie, I'd be
stupid.
like, well, that was cheap. But for some reason, this movie, I'm like, this works fine.
That's the thing. Deadpool can get away with a lot.
Yeah, he can.
Because I remember originally not liking this for that reason.
I remember
okay,
being,
well,
I'm like, oh, thank God they didn't kill off Vanessa. I
right.
love her.
Well, that's the thing. I do also love Vanessa, but like, you spend the whole movie is about her being
Right.
dead.
Yeah.
Like, that is the central kind of premise for the whole thing.
Mm.
And then at the end of the movie, he just brings her back to life. No consequences, no harm, no foul, along with everybody else who died. And I did find it super cheap the first time I watched it. And then now I'm like, well, they still got to...
He still learned the lesson that he needed to learn.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody learned their lessons.
He grew as a person.
They did their character moments. They grew. And then we also get the added benefit of, like, getting these characters back, right? So it's kind of like...
So it's like, it does work for me.
And only Deadpool can get away with it.
Right, because if this did happen in another movie, I'd be like, oh, man, that kind of sucks.
Well, it's kind of like, at the end of Endgame, it's like, if he uses the stones to bring everybody back to life, you'd be like, well, that's cheap.
He did bring everybody back, though. What do you mean?
No, I'm talking about Captain America at the very end.
Oh.
I mean, like Scarlet. I mean, like I always confuse
Widow?
Scarlett Johansson and Scarlet Witch. Scarlett Johansson, Black Widow. Like, she's dead. She's gone. She's not coming back. Tony Stark, dead, gone.
Well, yeah,
sort of coming back.
There are like actual consequences.
Yeah. But like, he could have somehow. Well, I mean, obviously,
but also
in story,
like even them like getting the stones and bringing everybody back, it felt earned because that was their mission from the start, from the get go. Like they're like, we're gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
we're gonna get this. We're gonna bring everybody back.
I just mean at the very end of the movie when Captain America goes away.
Yeah.
Right. Like if he had brought everyone back and undid all of the sacrifices.
Well,
of the
he
movie,
would have died if he did that.
You would have found it cheap.
Yeah.
But in this, because it's Deadpool doing it, you're like, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird, and I can't really explain why I feel that way, but that's how I feel,
Right.
And I mean, you're in the same boat with that, at least.
No, yeah, I agree. I don't know. It's like, I give it a pass. I don't know how I feel about it, though. I mean, most of those characters were gags anyway.
Right.
So it's like, whatever.
Vanessa was like the one important character they brought back. And Peter. Don't forget Peter.
Oh, yeah, Peter.
Yeah.
That's the most important
Every
one of them
Deadpool has a Peter. Which was a fun little thing they did.
What other story things do you want to talk about?
I mean, we kind of went over it as we were talking about it, like we usually do.
Right.
I mean, I did like the story. I think this movie had a lot of fun ideas in its plot and stuff. It's like, I mean, similar to the first movie, it does end up being like a rescue mission.
Mm-hmm.
But in this movie, it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah. Also, something we talked about when I think Deadpool and Wolverine or at some point is that Deadpool always finds a way of creating a family from like a team. He always puts a team together.
Yeah.
He's very family oriented.
Yeah. No, he craves that.
Yeah. He doesn't want. I mean, he jokes around about being a solo act, but he's never been a solo act.
No.
In any of these movies.
Yeah. He's very. Like, he needs people.
Yeah.
He needs a support system.
Some of the action in this movie, I think, is really strong. I think you got this John Wick guy, David Leitch.
Oh, he did a good job with
follows up
almost every action sequence.
Yeah, follows up the last movie really, really well. The convoy sequence is so good.
The convoy sequence is great.
There's only one part I don't like, and it's when they're in the jail in the icebox, and like, Cable like shoots up at like something on the roof, and it just works out for him. And I'm like, you're not Domino. You didn't know that was going to happen.
You're not Domino.
You just did that because you guys wrote yourself into a corner. That was the only part I didn't like action-wise.
Okay. I like his dubstep gun.
You know what I'm talking about? And everything like falls down.
Yeah.
And he just happens to get out of the way. Yeah, that part. Oh, the dubstep. That was funny.
It was like dubsteps for pussies.
Yeah. Is dubstep still a thing? Like, I feel like we're so far removed now from this movie.
I'm sure it is because people still go to EDM shows.
What's the difference though between like just like house music, electronic music, and like dubstep?
I don't know because that's not really my genre.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
Like it's more
bassy and
it's like more
like what we heard in the movie.
Yeah.
Like Skrillex, right? Skrillex is dubstep.
Yeah. I think I don't know.
He used to be a singer in an emo band.
What band?
From First to Last, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew that.
He was a vocalist in that.
Yeah. I knew that. From First to Last.
That's old.
Yeah. Unlock some memories. Yeah. So yeah, action's phenomenal. The music, I think, it's fine, but the choir bit at the end was really good.
It's hilarious.
There's some really funny hero music also in the beginning when he's like a proper X-Men.
Yeah.
And he's like, and
it's like the X-Men theme of the movie.
Yeah, it's like overly heroic.
Yeah.
And like kind of overly.
The same thing plays when Dopinder runs over the. I'm just gonna call him the pervert because that's what everybody else in the movie calls him. He even runs like a pervert.
Yeah.
I like Cable and Deadpool's dynamic too. I think they nailed that.
Yeah, if it wasn't that we got a Deadpool and Wolverine, I would have liked
A Deadpool and Cable, or
a Deadpool and Cable adventure. I think they would have worked very well together. But like for very similar reasons, you know, like Cable and Wolverine are very similar. They're just angry straight men, right?
Yeah, very gruff, very like ugh.
No humor, doesn't, you know, like
Yeah.
and like there was a scene in this where like Cable's calling out Deadpool and his shenanigans. And I was like, oh, this is very similar to what Wolverine does.
said to him.
Yeah, in the car.
Yeah.
In the car.
Wolverine is a little more mean about it.
It's yeah, and they focused on it more.
Yeah.
Whereas with Cable, it's more of a in passing thing, but
Yeah.
similar dynamics for sure.
Yeah.
Acting, more of the same. I think everyone's fantastic.
Everybody's great. Even fucking T.J. Miller is good. Honestly.
T.J. Miller is very funny.
Yeah. We just don't like him.
Yeah.
As a person.
Zazie Beetz, I really love. She's fantastic.
And she's way better in this than she was in Joker.
She was like the same year too, wasn't it?
Joker might have been like a year later.
They were very close.
A year or
together,
two later, yeah.
That movie, I fucking hate that movie so much.
Wolverine's words affect Wade because he loves it. Oh, Wade does love Wolverine. He has like an obsession with Logan.
That's true, but by this point he might like Cable too.
True. But yeah, costumes.
That's the last bit.
I like Cable's costume.
Yeah, that was good.
It's good.
I like that little kind of like time travel-y one-piece thing he's wearing.
Oh yeah,
when he runs into Matt Damon. That was funny.
Oh, yeah.
And Alan Tudyk.
Something
I thought was
it was
funny.
very Terminator, but like they didn't make him naked. Obviously, they just,
he's like in this special suit or
Yeah.
whatever. Something I thought was funny is that Ryan Reynolds or like Wade or Deadpool or whatever
same guy.
I know, but like it's whatever. He makes several jokes about he acknowledges that like Josh Brolin isn't very tall.
Yeah,
And
he's not tall and he's not intimidating at all.
he's like, it's not like the comic. It's not comic accurate.
Yeah,
but like it's to me it's kind of funny because like Josh Brolin looks like Cable. I think he really does look the part.
Yeah,
and like we talked about this on Jonah Hex, and especially his Keeper Cancel, but like he looks bigger than he is.
he looks bigger than he is. He looks meaner.
Yeah.
than I'm sure he is too.
It's because his head is big and square, his jaw is square.
He's always frowning.
And he's muscular.
Yeah.
And he seems to have like a big like upper body.
He has
But,
like a Harrison Ford thing going on.
Harrison Ford's tall though.
Yeah, but Harrison Ford also has like that like tough and gruff and I look mean all the time.
No, but I'm talking about specifically his dimensions.
Oh.
Because then he has very short legs.
Because he is short.
And it's weird. And first of all, he's taller than me and you. So like
Yeah, but he's not like huge.
No, but
We're short.
I feel like I look more proportional than he does. Because like
because of his tiny legs.
he has tiny legs and like a big body though.
A big torso.
And it's weird when you see him like in like the lineup and he's one of the shorter ones. And you're just like
I thought he was bigger.
he just looks like he'd be taller, I guess. And
Maybe he was meant to be taller.
And from like medium shots waist up, he looks like he's like 6'4". You know what I mean?
How tall is he? Like 5'10"?
According to this movie, he's 5'11". According to Ryan Reynolds specifically, when he says he calls him out and he says he's 5'11". He's good though. He's still good.
No,
like
he
still
does
works
a great,
as
he
Cable.
does a great job.
He's still the big tough guy without being actually big.
Yeah.
You know. Again, he upper body big. I don't know. So anyway, yeah, costumes.
They're all pretty good. Deadpool looks mostly
costumes
the same.
same.
We get a fun when Russell burns Deadpool though, and his suit is kind of like black. It looks like the X-Force Deadpool,
Where he's white and black.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely the intention.
Oh, yeah.
He's just covered in ash.
Yeah. but it looks cool.
I liked. It's not the final fight, but it's somewhere in the middle. Or maybe it is the final fight actually, where his entire suit is duct taped together because he had previously got ripped in half.
Yep.
I thought that's.
Oh, that's the final fight. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was fun. Anyways, let's move on to keep or cancel, and then we'll wrap this up. I'm honest, man. I don't know if I got the juice in me to finish this.
Oh no, it's gonna be another 3 months before this episode comes out.
That's not true. When are we?
You're out of town. I'm out of town.
I'm back in a week and a day. I'm back the 13th, 14th, 15th. That whole weekend, I'm good to go. And I'll be honest.
I guarantee I work that weekend.
I won't be able to edit anyway. I'm like just running out of gas. We can try.
We got what, like 15 minutes left? How much is there to actually talk about TJ Miller?
All right, we can do this. Let me just sit up. Wake up, bitch. Okay.
Wake up, bitch.
Keep or cancel. This is the portion of the show where we talk about the actors in the movie and decide if we're going to keep them or cancel them. Today, we're going to talk about TJ Miller. Why TJ Miller? Because we already talked about Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
We already talked about
Josh Brolin.
Josh Brolin in our episode on Jonah Hill.
And there's nobody else that's like really notable enough to talk about. That's not to say there aren't talented people in here, but like TJ Miller's had some shit associated with him.
Let's do TJ Miller. TJ Miller, I just wrote down his
discography,
his filmography. So let me.
I didn't realize he was a musician.
Yeah, well, fuck. Let me bring everything else up. Born 1981. He's fucking goddamn it. He's 43 years old and from Denver, Colorado.
Oh wow. He's got a very distinct voice.
Yeah, he is. This is fun fact. Graduated from George Washington University in Washington D.C. with a BA, a bachelor's degree in psychology with a concentration in persuasion theory and social influence.
Interesting.
As I was saying that, I'm like, that's not that interesting. Everyone fucking does psychology anyway. Moving on. He was in a fraternity. No fucking shit. At one point, he studied Shakespeare. That's not coming across. Let's get into his career. He started in stand-up. After college, he moved to Chicago and started performing improv and stand-up comedy with local troops, including touring with Second City for a few years. But that's like a famous, like, I don't know if you've heard of Second City.
No.
It's like a famous comedy club / troupe in Chicago.
Oh, well, there's where the Shakespeare comes in. He was with the traveling troupe.
Yeah, there's a lot of really famous people that started in Second City, including like Stephen Colbert did it.
Jonah Hill?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, comedy album with let's see, Funny or Die with Amy Schumer, Aziz Ansari.
I feel like every modern comedian was in Funny or Die at some point.
Yeah, probably actually.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Let's do some movies and TV. Cloverfield.
Was he just one of the friends?
Bro, fuck if I know. I haven't seen Cloverfield.
I haven't seen Cloverfield since it came out, and
that was his film.
I got like motion sickness when I watched it.
Oh, from the shaky cam.
Yeah, it was like too shaky.
Yeah, now I'm afraid to watch it.
It's like a super interesting concept, though.
He's on screen for only a few minutes, but his voice is heard in his voice is heard in almost every scene as a character who is most videotaped.
Oh, is he the one with the camera?
He's the character who videotapes most of the events.
Oh, okay.
So he's the camera operator.
He's the shaky bitch. All
right. Extract. Why do I feel like I've seen this movie? I don't think I have, actually.
Extract. That sounds familiar. Is that a drug movie?
No, it's about vanilla extract.
Oh. Okay.
It's
I thought it was about like weed for some reason.
no, it's like a Jason.
What am I thinking of?
What's his face?
I was thinking Pineapple Express. God damn it.
Hold on.
Extract. Jason Bateman?
Yeah, it's a Jason Bateman comedy.
Okay.
2009. Why the fuck?
I know what this movie is. I have not seen it.
I feel like I've seen it. It's got I think I saw it and forgot about it. Though this cast list is throwing me off. Jason Bateman, Mila Kunis, Kristen Wiig, J.K. Simmons,
What the fuck?
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck will do anything.
No, he won't. Actually,
Not anymore, because I think he's been burned too many times.
I kind of want to watch this now.
All right.
Anyway.
Add it to the list.
She's Out of My League.
I've seen that movie.
You
It's
have?
with
Jay Baruchel,
Jay Baruchel,
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Yeah, they're like dating.
Kristen Ritter's in it. Yeah, she's a sidekick. She does a great sidekick.
I like Kristen Ritter.
I love Kristen Ritter.
She's a great Jessica Jones.
She's pretty much perfect as Jessica Jones, honestly. And apparently she might be coming back.
Yeah, she was. She was originally supposed to be back for Born Again, but like there were scheduling conflicts. But now that it got delayed, maybe
Do a cameo or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get Him to the Greek.
I don't like that movie.
I don't either.
I don't like Russell Brand.
I don't either.
I just don't.
He's a real piece of shit.
I just don't like him. He annoys me.
He also annoys. Yeah. Besides the fact that he's like a enormous piece of shit, like he also kind of annoys me. Get Him to the Greek is a weird movie because
It's like
it
a
is
spin-off of Forgetting Sarah
is
Marshall,
a
right?
spin-off of Forgetting Sarah
Yes.
Marshall, except that
Starring Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill is playing a different character.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's not the same character he played in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. So in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, one of the side characters is this rock star played by Russell Brand.
Yeah.
Right? And then
And he's dating Sarah Marshall.
he's dating Sarah Marshall. And then one of the employees at the hotel is Jonah Hill's character, who's obsessed with Russell Brand's rock star character.
But in Get Him to the Greek, he's like his driver or something. He hates him, right?
So the spin-off is those two characters, except they completely rewrote Jonah Hill's character, and he's playing a completely different character where he's like a music producer whose only job is to literally get this very problematic,
To the Greek.
drunken fucking rock star to his venue, which is the Greek. And that's the whole movie and shenanigans ensue. But it's just fucking
Why
weird
did
that
they
he's
bring
playing
Jonah
a different
Hill
character.
back then?
Because they clearly wanted to do something with those two characters. But, like, his character in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Jonah Hill's character, is so stupid. He's, like, drugged out of his mind the entire time.
Maybe he doesn't remember any of Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
And he got
that's the explanation.
and he got a very high-paying job as, like, a music studio. Exact.
Let's just say Get Him to the Greek isn't canon because it's the inferior movie anyway.
I guess. Yeah, I saw it once. I'm not interested in seeing it again. Although Forgetting Sarah Marshall is hilarious.
Yes,
I love
but
that movie.
not because of Russell Brand.
No, not because.
Yeah.
He has a couple funny scenes, but let's.
Yeah.
Anyway, Rock of Ages.
That movie's okay.
Okay. He's in Transformers: Age of Extinction.
I think he gets like deleted in that movie.
Like he's not in the movie.
No, like he gets like annihilated.
Okay.
I think he blows up actually.
I don't remember that at all. I also skipped Our Idiot Brother, Gulliver.
See you, Spider Nerd. Have a good night.
Bye, Spider Nerd. Gulliver's Travels.
Also a crappy movie. Damn, T.J. Miller's in a lot of stinkers.
Yeah, I think they just put him in to like kind of like make it funnier. How to Train Your Dragon.
I actually haven't seen those movies, but I've heard great things.
He's in all three. He plays Tough Nut Thorsten.
Tough Nut.
He's just one of like the kids, basically,
One of the, yeah.
in the gang. No, those movies are great. I haven't seen the third one. I thought the second one was way too sad, and I was angry.
Aren't they like adults in the third one? Or something?
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh.
But in the second one, I was too annoyed with it because it was too sad. It was like way too sad.
Oh.
Like it made me feel very uncomfortable.
Way too much?
And I didn't want to watch it
Whoa.
anymore. Yeah. The second one's, it's sad, but they're good movies.
Okay.
For sure.
Big Hero 6.
Big Hero 6. He plays Fred.
He's the kaiju guy. The guy in the kaiju costume.
Okay.
And his uncle is Stan Lee. in that movie, I
yeah.
believe. Yeah.
Deadpool, Office Christmas Party. That movie's actually pretty funny.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it,
I have not.
it's just one of those kind of like stoner comedies.
Those are fun to watch every once in a while.
No, they're fun. Put it on Christmas while you're doing something. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun. The Emoji Movie.
Ugh.
It's considered like one of the worst movies ever.
Worse than Sausage Party?
I remember thinking Sausage Party was kind of funny.
I didn't like it. It was too much for me, though. He was in Ready Player One?
Ready Player One. He plays IR0K.
So like some NPC?
I think he's some player, and that's just his like gamer
okay.
tag or whatever. Deadpool 2, How to Train Your Dragon, the TV show. On TV, he's been in Happy Endings, Ice Age, A Mammoth Christmas. I guess that's a Christmas special.
God, the Ice Age franchise is not my favorite.
And then an episode of The League.
The League is a funny show.
I never watched The League.
I actually quite like it.
And I know it's funny, yeah. 2 episodes of How to Rock. Gravity Falls, 13 episodes.
Oh, shit.
The How to Train Your Dragons TV show. American Dad. He plays Benji and the Cowboy in 2 episodes.
Okay.
American Dad, I just never got into it. I didn't think it was as funny as
I liked it
Guy.
more than Family Guy at one point.
Oh, did you know?
Yeah. But
I like
Family Guy
Family Guy
is... I got sick of Family Guy.
You know when I watch Family Guy is when I'm traveling.
I
That's
don't
when
watch it at
watch
all
Family Guy.
anymore.
Yeah. I know. I'm only
Every
when
once in a while I'll watch those Star Wars
Dude,
episodes.
only when
but-
I'm on a plane. And
Huh.
it's, you know why? It's because and it holds up. I think it's still just as good as it was before.
I'm more of a South Park guy, I think.
Oh yeah, South Park is objectively better. But like Family Guy is like, it's good, but like you would never seek it out. So in the age of streaming,
Blake
like,
would.
okay, sure. But like in the age of streaming, you don't just sit down and go like, I'm gonna watch Family Guy.
You never
like,
choose to watch it.
Right. But like in the
Yeah.
age of cable, it would be on and you would be doing something in the kitchen and then you'd be like, oh, this is really fun. Let me sit down and watch it.
Actually,
And then
that's every time I've watched Family Guy is when it would like pop up on like Adult Swim.
you don't choose it.
Yeah.
And then you sit back, kick back, and watch like 3 episodes, and you'd be like, "Oh, this is actually really funny."
You
but-
know another show that's better than Family Guy though? King of the Hill.
Okay, but I'm also not seeking out King of the.
I am. King of the Hill's
Are
incredible.
you watching it like right now?
Not right now, but
Oh.
like every once in a while I'll hop on Hulu and watch King of the Hill because it's fucking hilarious.
Sorry, the camera's like right up on my face, but I can't like lean back, otherwise I'll fall asleep.
Recommendation: King of the Hill.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch more Family Guy on the plane.
I'm
Honestly,
probably gonna watch more King of the Hill just in general.
it's just it's funny. Anyway, Silicon Valley. So he's a
That
a
was like
regular.
one of his big roles, yeah.
Yeah,
And then he got fired.
Yeah. 38 episodes. I've seen like 1.5 episodes of that, and I think it's really funny.
I like the concept of it. I could never stick to it though, for some reason. I think I've seen like most of the first season. I enjoyed it, but I just kind of dropped off. I don't know. I can't tell you why. Nothing to do with TJ Miller though.
And then 4 episodes of F is for Family, which is a Netflix TV show
It's an
cartoon
Yeah.
by Bill Burr, which I thought was I saw like season 1. I
it
thought it was
funny?
pretty funny. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Bill Burr's take on like your King of the Hill style show.
Okay.
You know, but it's about
like slice of life type stuff.
Yeah,
and- yeah.
it's a little bit raunchier because it's about him growing up in his household, and he plays his dad character.
Who plays the main character? Is it For some reason I thought it was Jason something. I don't know why.
Justin Long
Oh,
is in it.
I'm thinking the guy from Mallrats. My Name is Earl. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
It's Jason something. For some reason I thought he was like the main character in that.
yeah, I know who you're talking about. It is Jason something. It's Jason.
I can't remember his last name. Lee. Jason Lee.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
No, he's not in this.
Oh, well,
Justin Long is though.
okay.
Give me one second.
I like Jason Lee.
I do too.
I don't think TJ Miller's been in anything recently. for reasons I'm sure we'll cover.
Legal issues. In December 9, 2016, he was arrested and jailed for allegedly assaulting an Uber driver.
Oh.
That's never
Oh.
good.
Why? Why are you doing that?
Yeah, dude. It released.
I didn't even know about that
Bail
one.
was set for $20,000. He reached a settlement with the driver in 2018.
Jesus. 2 years later.
Sexual assault allegations. In 2017, an allegation against Miller from time in college resurfaced. As part of the Me Too movement, an anonymous woman who attended George Washington University told the Daily that Miller became violent with her during a sexual encounter. He allegedly choked, shook, and punched her in the mouth.
Oh no!
All without her consent.
Consent's important. Like, you can do that stuff if the other person's into it, but if they're not, like, don't. Yikes. Punched her in the mouth, though? Damn.
Yeah, that's pretty extreme. Hold on. Miller's response to the allegation characterized her as a vindictive former colleague in a campus comedy troupe who was asked to leave due to inappropriate behavior. Said that sadly she is now using the current climate to bandwagon and launch these false accusations again.
Right, but
yeah, sure.
we know that
all right.
More stuff happened.
As a result of this sexual assault allegation, DreamWorks Animation removed Miller from How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World. I think that's the TV show, or
they like redubbed his character.
Oh no, sorry, that's 3. That's the third movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Justin Ruppel overdubbed his lines as Tough Nut. Yeah, so he was completely recast.
Okay.
Amtrak bomb threat. So in 2018 at LaGuardia Airport in Queens, yeah, he on federal charges related to a fake bomb threat made while on board an Amtrak train. According to the Department of Justice, he placed an emergency call and reported that a female passenger had a bomb in her bag while traveling on Amtrak 2256 from Washington, D.C. Towards Penn Station in New York City. After authorities evacuated the passengers and searched the Amtrak train, it turns out that Miller was actually on a different train, which was also evacuated of passengers and searched. So he called it in on the wrong train, first of all.
Okay, so he's a dumbass.
Yeah, no evidence of any explosives were ever found on both trains. According to witnesses interviewed by Amtrak investigators, he appeared to be heavily intoxicated and involved in hostile exchanges with a woman who was sitting in a different row from him in a first-class car, and that he had been removed from the train prior to his intended stop due to intoxication. He was released on a $100,000 bond. Jesus Christ.
So the implication is he had some sort of argument with this woman and called a bomb threat on her.
2 trains.
On accident.
Apparently his charges were dropped. So
why were they dropped?
Because people get away with shit. You know, if you're rich and famous, you get away with shit.
The other thing is, like, I wonder if he tried to call it in anonymously with, like, as distinctive a voice as he has.
That's so funny. That's so funny to fucking imagine. If I could do an impression, I would.
I can't do it because he's too distinct.
Yeah. Miller agreed to make full financial restitutions for the cost of the law enforcement response to the false 911 call, and to continue a thorough and necessary program of cognitive remediation to render any recurrence of such conduct most highly unlikely. All right, sure. Anyway.
And he's also making rounds lately saying that, like, Ryan Reynolds, like, bullied him on the set of Deadpool.
Yeah, and no one fucking believes him.
He bullied him in character?
Yeah, right.
Like,
AKA he was improvising.
Right.
So I actually kind of noticed that when they were interviewing everyone, he like says something kind of slightly rude to Weasel, but it's like so in character that you just kind of like, it's just them acting. Like it's, you know?
Yeah, I think he blew that up to make it something more than it is.
I think he's a bad person and he's a narcissist and he views the world through a skewed lens.
It's all about him.
And it's all about him.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Ryan Reynolds, and like, look, I don't know Ryan Reynolds, but from
I'm sure Ryan Reynolds could be a piece of shit.
I mean, maybe, but like from what we've seen thus far, he seems to be a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
So it's just like no one, like that didn't Like, no one believes you, dude.
Right.
Like nobody likes you. So.
Even the interviewer in whatever interview that was like, really?
You sure about that, dude? So,
yeah, and that's a cancel for me.
Yeah, it's a big old cancel. For
he
me.
is
like,
funny. Don't get me wrong. T.J. Miller is actually pretty fucking funny.
Look, man, people can be more than one thing. They can,
but you can be funny and a piece of shit.
You can be funny and a piece of shit. That's right. Yeah. You can do good things and be a piece of shit.
And I do enjoy the character Weasel, but like, fuck T.J. Miller.
We're gonna take all those nuanced elements. We're gonna funnel them down, and we're gonna make a final judgment call.
Cancel.
And it's cancel. Yeah.
You're out of here.
Get out.
Get him out of here.
I don't have to see another thing with him. I'm fine. I get it.
I'm fine. I got enough T.J. Miller.
I'll fucking watch. And I might watch. What's the one? Silicon Valley.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of other good people in it, like the guy from The Office.
The
What's
guy
his
from
name?
The Office.
The weird guy.
Which weird guy? Gabe.
Yeah.
I'm like, which weird guy? There's a few of them.
Yeah. And isn't fucking what's his face in that movie? In that show? He's very famous now. Indian guy.
Oh yeah. Why can I not remember his name right now? Eternals.
Yeah, him.
Yeah,
I'll find him real quick.
Camille
Nanjiani.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
Right, yeah. And we were also thinking about earlier
there's also one of the characters in there is also a comedian that's in a lot of things too. I think lately he's just been in commercials for was it Verizon? Maybe T-Mobile, I don't remember. I think it's Verizon.
we were thinking Zach Woods.
Oh, Zach Woods is Gabe. Yeah.
Who's Gabe from The Office.
He's also in what the hell else is he in? He's not in Mythic Quest, right? I don't think he is.
I don't know.
If he is, it's in like an episode.
There might be in a season of Mythic Quest I didn't watch. But anyway. Yeah, so cancel. Let's move on.
Yeah, T.J. Miller sucks.
Bye. Into the Phantom Zone. Deadpool 2, Birdo.
This one's not going to Phantom Zone for me. Like I said,
Yeah.
I know you didn't like this more than the first one, but I personally did, and that honestly surprised the shit out of me because I did not feel this way the first time I saw the movie.
So, overall rankings, are you 3, 2, 1? Good to worst?
Yeah. I'm 3, 2, 1. I think one of the few times I think a trilogy just got better as it went, which doesn't happen very often because usually like
Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine.
We just talked about it.
But usually like the third
Yeah.
movie like drops the ball.
Yeah.
So it's that's me. I'm keeping this movie. I actually really like it. I did not mind watching it 3 times for this podcast.
I mean, Once Upon a Deadpool has some really. It's really interesting, like I said, especially if like you want to study like how a movie's edited and how to. There's a lot of editing tricks that go into making this PG-13,
and it can make a movie feel different too.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And there are scenes where, if it wasn't for them cutting back to, Fred Savage in the bedroom, wouldn't feel like a whole movie. Like that's carrying a lot
the
of
Fred
weight.
Savage thing carries a lot of weight in that cut. Yeah.
But it's an interesting like exercise, if anything. Overall, I do really like this movie. I like it better as I'm watching it. For whatever reason, I don't think it's that memorable. But as I'm watching it, I'm having a pretty good time. I think it's funny, but not as funny as the first one. I think it's good, but not as good as the first one.
Right.
My favorite's the third. Deadpool and Wolverine.
So you go 3, 1, 2 is
3,
for
1,
you?
2.
Okay.
But I think they're all good. Like
I don't think any of them are bad in any way.
Do Deadpool forever. Like till he's 90. Like
till he's 90.
Honestly, it's one of those characters where it's like you don't really get tired of him, I don't think. You have to be a fan of the Ryan Reynolds shtick, but like
right. And
and
you got to be a fan of like meta comedy too. Some people don't like that.
Yeah, as I'm learning, like a lot of people like, I mean not a lot, but like some people voice how like they don't like Deadpool that much or Deadpool and Wolverine. Or
some people find him annoying, which
Yeah.
I get. I do get that, but I like it. I like him.
No, I'm squarely in this camp. Like I do really like him in these movies, and this one has it has heart, but it's also grim. And maybe it's like those really melodramatic parts that like I like, but also kind of I feel like weigh the movie down a bit, but also like add a lot of necessary weight and heart. I don't know. I go back and forth a lot. There's just something about this movie that like I just didn't really like stick the landing for me 100%.
We also seem so undecided on it too.
Yeah. I don't know. It's, but I really do like it. Like at no point would I say like this doesn't belong or this belongs in the Phantom Zone or anything. And being a like precursor to like a bona fide MCU movie, it's like there's an argument that like these are not in the these are canon or whatever. So I don't know.
They are canon.
However you want to look at it, like it kind of it doesn't matter. But
right.
But yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoyed both cuts I watched.
Now you gotta watch the super duper cut.
Yeah, no, I don't. I've probably seen all those scenes at some point online.
You probably have, honestly.
I saw the Hitler one. I saw.
Yeah, to the point where I thought that was in the theatrical version.
I did too. Yeah, I was surprised when it didn't happen.
Yeah. It's like I guess that was a deleted scene I watched. Yeah.
But anyway, guys, that's it for us. Thank you. What are we gonna do next? Have we decided Transformers?
It makes the most sense, I guess, to do. I guess Revenge of the Fallen.
God damn it!
We gotta watch. We gotta watch a shitty movie. God damn it!
We're back on this. Yeah, we've been kind of. We haven't done a bad movie.
We've been spoiled.
X-Men Origins, and like, I mean, it's bad, but like, I still like it. Like, it's like an X-Men movie, It's like
yeah, I didn't hate myself for watching it, but like, it wasn't good. And I think we both sent it to the Phantom Zone too.
Yeah,
but
it's at the end of the day, it's still like Hugh Jackman
as
Wolverine.
It's a good
I'll
popcorn
still see Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Like
Transformers 2, I actively dislike it.
I've seen it only once when it came out in theaters, and that was like forever ago.
I think
I had no intention of ever watching it again.
It's gonna be comedy that has not aged well at all. I can tell you that right now.
So anyway, let's figure that out. Let's do that next.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for listening. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to that piano dude for our musical intro. Make sure you guys leave a rating or review on Apple or Spotify or wherever you get this podcast. You can tell a friend, please, and thank you if you have told a friend. That's kind of like what I feel it gets a podcast around here. Just like, hey,
I'm listening to this podcast.
I like these bumbling fools. Maybe you do too. You can support the show on Patreon, where you will get access to our news segments, our outtakes. By the way, I uploaded a new outtakes. That's the 5th outtakes.
Hell yeah!
I actually listened to it back, and I'm like, it was pretty funny. Actually, we had a good.
How many hours of outtakes do we have?
Well, we have 5 episodes.
I'm not subscribed to our Patreon, so I can't listen to them.
I can give you the login. So
true.
You can just log in.
It wouldn't make sense for me to tax myself on money that I'm giving to us.
Right. Yeah, no, I'll give you the login. But yeah, this I don't know about the first 4. I don't remember, but this 5th one was a good time.
Okay.
That's when we had Philly was on an episode. There's outtakes from there.
Okay.
We had a friend named D. Fredder on an episode. There's outtakes from there.
Oh, this was like a year ago.
Yeah, this one covers about like a year ago around this time.
Okay.
Yeah. I have 2 more
that was when we did Transformers and Ninja Turtles, right?
Pretty sure I have 3 more that I could cut together if I find time. But I also like spacing them out a bit. Yeah, it's Transformers and Ninja Turtles and stuff. Yeah. I think Blake was on one too. Maybe not.
One of
I don't remember.
The Halloween episode we did, probably.
Yeah, I can't remember because we just did an episode. Anyway, there's that. There's also our second podcast called Where's Mephisto?
Ooh,
Berto, Where's Mephisto? What did we do recently?
Mephisto is our second podcast that we have. Yeah, that's right. We have 2 podcasts. This one is exclusive to our Patreon though, and it is where we basically watch like currently or recently streamed television shows and ask the burning question: Where's Mephisto?
Where the fuck is Mephisto?
Yeah,
where did we look for him last?
We last looked for him in the Acolyte.
Yeah. So if you want our thoughts on that canceled show, that's where you're going to hear it. God damn it! It's still so fucking mad about it.
But we did look for him in the Acolyte. I don't think we came close to finding him. I think
we did once.
In that last episode. Yeah.
We're gonna do probably Agatha All Along next.
Yeah. What
Unless
are we gonna do?
Did you finish Batman?
I haven't finished. I haven't started it actually.
Oh,
but
shit.
I could probably binge it in a day.
You could. I'm over halfway, so I'll probably finish it on the plane.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that, we can do that.
You want to do like
I'd love
like one episode for that whole
I would
series?
love to talk about it.
Okay.
So yeah,
How many
let's do-
episodes is it?
I think like 8 or 10.
Half hour?
Yeah, they're short.
Oh, I could definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're good. It's bingeable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I could definitely do that then.
All right, let's do that. Anyway, guys, if you want to be a part of the show, if you want to yell at us while we're recording it, if you ever yell at your car radio or your phone at the gym or while we say something stupid,
I know I do.
I fucking do that all the time on other podcasts. On this podcast, you could join us on twitch.tv/filmsfrompz, where we record these live, and you can be part of the discourse along with Philly to the J, RL Skill, Spider Nerd, TJ. Who else was here?
Blake's Takes
was here. Zach the Fat Man was here. Burkinator was here. We had a lot of friends come by today.
Did we say RL Skill? I didn't.
I did say RL Skill, didn't I?
I zoned out for a second, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He's still here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
He said he was lost. I think that's when we were talking about TJ Miller, though.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Hey, be like them. Come hang out with us on twitch.tv/filmsfrompz, or you can talk to us on our Discord server, which is free. It's linked below. We talk on there with all our friends every single day, all the time, about all kinds of things. So you can find us on Instagram, Films from the Phantom Zone, Twitter, Films from PZ, TikTok, Films from PZ. We have T-shirts on some link on some store linked below. I don't remember.
That's a
what it
great
is.
ad.
Yeah, dude. Just like, go to the show notes. It's either, I know on Apple you just kind of like click on the episode and there it is.
I don't know
All
how
the
Spotify
links.
works because I never click on like the additional information.
All of our
I
time,
listen to the episode. I go to the next one.
all of our timestamps are on there. If we have a guest, all of their information is on there.
Hell
It's
yeah.
always good to look at that stuff, and that's where you can find all these links.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, the shirts are comfortable.
You're very comfortable.
Maybe
Not
some more
currently
designs
wear
on the way.
Yeah, we should do something.
We should do something.
We should do like a Ghost Rider thing.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
other than that, guys, we will see you guys next time with Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen.
Ugh.
I know. That's more up our alley, though. It's a bad movie. We'll get so frustrated.
That could be fun to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Goodbye, guys.
All right. Bye.
Stop recording. Stop recording. All right, guys in the chat. Sometimes we might hang out and like chit chat or whatever, but I am.
This is the latest we've gone in a long time.
I'm gonna fall asleep. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Holy shit.
Yeah, the bars are closed. Shit.
I am so tired. What time did we start? 10? 11?
Yeah,
We started out.
We've been going for 4 hours.
We started at 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, yeah, because we had to finish watching the movie.
we didn't have to do that.
We didn't have to. We just did.
We just did it.
Yeah.
So, anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. We will see you guys